Hello, hello. Ooh. Okay, so we technically have 2 more minutes. I'm thinking of stalling for a little bit because nobody's here. We'll see how it goes. Maybe this is what we got. Oh, here you. Hello. It is 6:30, but I'm going to wait for a couple more minutes. All right, I feel guilty. We're 2 minutes over, so I'll talk for a smidge. Welcome. Thank you for coming to the Brookline School District Annual Meeting. It's nice to see so many Brookliners in one place at the same time. And you're all getting along. We'll take care of that shortly. Why don't we begin with the Pledge of Allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Again, in the interest of stalling a little bit, Andrew, Corey, could I ask you to introduce yourself and the members of the SAU and the Brookline School Board who are here? Thank you.
I'd like to start with the school board. First of all, Chair Ken Haig sends his regrets. He's out of town tonight for work. Vice Chair Colleen Mikovich. Secretary Tracy Perry.
Did you raise your hand? Do they know who you are? No? Hello.
Tracy. Member Allison Mannion. And on her way in traffic is Member Kelly Sacker. For the SAU administration, Assistant Superintendent Gina Bergskog, Director of Student Services Lauren DeGennaro, Business Administrator Kelly Seeley, Assistant Business Administrator Donna Smith, RMS Principal Dan Molinari, CSDA Principal Patricia Boulay, Assistant Principal for the Brookline School District is Jonathan Verite, and Curriculum Coordinator is Meg Peterson. Thank you.
Thank you. As I always say, we are grateful for the hard work of these folks. We reserve the right to disagree with them, but we're lucky to have people working so hard for us. Let me also introduce our Finance Committee members, Cindy LaCroix and Daniel Koenig. We thank them for playing their role as our town's Finance Committee. So these and many, many other people are part of this massive corporation we call the Brookline School District. There aren't too many people here and mostly familiar faces, so I'll be quick about this, but let me give you a quick reminder on how your meeting is conducted. Let's see, I don't have, we take on the subject matters one at a time that are labeled warrant articles in the materials you've picked up. Those are the subject matters we'll be discussing. There'll be a motion under that subject matter. The warrant articles just noticed to you guys what they're going to talk about. Their motion under that subject matter may not be exactly, it usually is, it may not be exactly as articulated in the article that's posted. It doesn't have to be exactly the same. Numbers change in any event. We'll take them one at a time. That's the issue on the floor. And then you guys have the luxury of coming to the microphone and asking questions so that you can figure out the merits of that subject matter, the numbers they're talking about, the details they're talking about. So you approach the mic. There's no parliamentary rule requirement. Don't get freaked out about that. We don't do it except as a very vague advisory framework. So just come to the mic, ask the question, I'll work you through it, and we'll get somebody to answer it so you guys can have some understanding what the facts are of whatever the issue is we're talking about. You all have the right, if you want to make a motion to amend, say they're asking for $5 and you think it should be $3, you make a motion to amend to change it from 5 to 3 while you're at the mic. And if you get a second, you need a second, that is a parliamentary procedure formality, but someone else has to agree with you, then we'll discuss changing it from $5 to $4, and then we'll vote on it. And then we'll come up with the eventual number that you guys want to go forward with. This is not a town meeting. This is really what you're doing is drafting the ballots, drafting what's going to go on the paper ballots for our election day, March 12. It's this system colloquially named SB2. It's an alternative to the town meeting system that you guys voted to have, I don't know, about 5 years ago, so that we're actually not deciding tonight. What we're going to do is take one subject at a time, and when we're done with that subject, whatever the form of the motion is at that time, we stop talking about it, and it will be on the ballot for the voters to vote on voting day. So we don't decide, we just work up the language, amend it if you wish, walk away from it, and that's what goes on the ballot. We're not deciding tonight. And let me throw one little caveat out there, which you probably know. Under SB2 statute, you can't eliminate the subject matter of the article. You can't put a no in there, or you can't take out all the words in there. That's what the statute says. It will go forward to the townspeople on the ballot in the form in which you might amend it or leave it alone, but your power to tweak is limited. You cannot eliminate it. You can supplement it, but you can't eliminate the subject matter in the warrant article. And it's a peculiar thing, but it's the way it works. As everybody knows, civility is required, respect is required, or you forfeit your right to participate in this. We can disagree strongly on the merits of an issue, but there'll be no personalizing any issue, no attacking any individual, because that's not the way we work, boys and girls. So, with that, unless there's an objection, why don't we get to work? Article 1, let's find Article 1, which is, these are not paginated, but it's 1, 2, 3, the third page. Article 1 has to do with the election of officers, and that doesn't happen tonight. That, despite it being on the warrant, happens March 12, where people's names will be on the ballot, and you'll vote at that time. So we're all set on warrant article number 1. So we move on to warrant article number 2, and I read it. To see if the Brookline School District will vote to approve the cost of items included in year 3 of a 4-year collective bargaining agreement reached between the Brookline School Board and Brookline Education Support Staff Association for the 2022-2023, 2023-2024, 2024-2025, and 2025-2026 school years, which calls for the following increase in support staff salaries and benefits at the already approved 2024-2025 staffing levels. In year 2024-2025, the estimated additional increase, as you can see, is $93,370. In 2025, it's $7,100. And now, I think, do I shift to the next half of the document and pick up on the left column? And further, to raise and appropriate an additional sum of $93,370 for the third fiscal year, 2024-2025 school year. Such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in support staff salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at the already approved 2024-2025 staffing levels. The estimated tax impact of this particular warrant article as it's written would be 8 cents for every $1,000 of real estate assessed value that you might have. The school board recommends this article unanimously 4. This finance committee recommends it unanimously at 3. And now I ask, does anybody have a motion under that warrant article number 2? And the answer should be yes, someone does. Madame? Okay, so again, and it took me a while to get a handle on these things that are posted are just telling everybody, hey, here's what we're going to talk about. Then you got to make a motion under here's what we're going to talk about. So Melanie Levesque has made that motion for us. She's so moved. That means I make a motion under Article 2 exactly as Article 2 is written. Is there a second for the ladies? There is indeed. Do we have a clerk keeping track of this stuff? Or? Thank you. Give me a name of somebody who seconded it.
There's people in the audience doing it too.
You're going to have to stand up, Gina, and try to get it. Yeah, sorry, you guys. For record keeping, we should. That's beautiful. Thank you.
I second Beth Gilday, Ames Road.
Beth Gilday? You know that? Okay. Thank you very much. No. She's going to fake it. Okay, so Article 2 as written is on the floor. Is there any discussion about Article 2?
Peter, if I could discuss just for a minute the rationale behind that. We have other slides on that.
Well, yes, that's great. So that's
Okay.
part of your discussion. So you guys are the proponents of this, and go for it.
Okay. So although it's unusual to reopen a support staff contract, we did this for both ethical and financial reasons. Students on IEPs are, their services, we are a contract essentially that we are obligated to provide. And what was happening in the previous year is that we were not providing those services. We were going without having para-educators that were required by those contracts. So in that way, we were opening ourselves up to potential lawsuits for the fact that we were not providing a public service. So that's number one. Ethically, these kids need these services, so we should be providing them. That's number two. And then financially, what happened because of those two requirements is that we had to actually look to contractors to get para-educators in. And just to give you an idea of how expensive that was, a typical para-educator makes about $18,000 a year, which, yes, is less than somebody in food service, most likely. We were paying, by the up-to-date, 7 different contractors between $60,000 and $63,000 for those same services. So no matter which way you look at it, if you want to look at it purely from financial, that makes absolutely no sense. And if we didn't reopen this contract, we would be hiring even more of those contractors. So we renegotiated with the support staff and came up with an agreement that brings them a little bit closer to wages with the Hollis School District and the co-op, but we are still not paying them as much as either district. If you look at the actual information provided, in FY24, we had to contract with agencies for several paras at 3 times the cost of hiring a para. Those are the numbers I just went over, $60,000 to $63,000 per para educator, as opposed to $18,000. For our para educators in Brookline, they were making $14.70 an hour to start. In Hollis, they were making $16.68. And similarly, they were making $16.68 at the co-op. For our food service workers, they were making $13.23 in our district an hour. In Hollis, they were making $15.50 an hour. And in the co-op, they were also making that higher wage. When we renegotiated, our para-educators now start at $16.40 an hour, which, as many of you know, you can work at probably Target and many other places and make that wage, if not higher. Comparatively, Hollis still pays more at $17.43 an hour, while the co-op pays $17.26 an hour. For our food service workers, the rate in Brookline was renegotiated to, and these are starting rates, I'm looking at Gina to make sure, but $15.24 an hour. In Hollis, they still make $16.20 an hour, and at the co-op, it's $16.04 an hour. Can we do the next slide? Okay. So the financial details of the support staff contract are here. In year one, with between wages, step increases, and table adjustments, we have $54,424 added. We then have an RBT certification stipend, which is basically a stipend for para-educators who work with usually students on the spectrum, and it's called registered behavior technician. They just get an extra training, which is very valuable to the student and the whole building. And then 1 additional para day prior to the student first day, so that's where paras can be trained, they can get caught up on who they're working with, and that was $1,475 for a total of $58,299. In year two, the wages and step increase will amount to $51,056. An additional holiday will amount to $3,464, and a longevity bonus will be $4,000 for a total of $58,520. And then in year 3, with a step increase of 4%, the increased cost will be $37,141, with a similar cost for the additional para-day prior to school starting. And the total will be, the original total was $38,616, and with the FY '25 and '26 additional increases of $93,370, that brings us to $131,986. And then finally, in year 4, with the wages and step increase again at the 4%, it's $46,043. And with the additional increases, it's $7,100 for a total of $53,143. That's all I have.
Thank you very much, Colleen. Further discussion on the motion under Article 2, which is Article 2 as written. Questions about it? If not, we will end discussion, and that's what will go on the ballot. Going once, going twice. Where's Ron Pelletier? I need his help. Okay, we're good. So we close under Article 2. What will go on the ballot will be what's written in your material here. So we move on to Article 3, which reads, to see if the Brookline School District will vote to raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amount set forth on the budget posted with the warrant or as amended by vote of the first session today for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $11,970,361. Should this article be defeated on Election Day, the default budget shall be $11,771,665, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the school district or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, Roman numeral 10, and Roman numeral 16, to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Majority vote is required to pass this, a simple majority. The estimated tax impact of this operating budget would be $6.99 for $1,000 of assessed value. The school board recommends this article 4-0. Finance Committee recommends this article 3-0. Do I have a motion under warrant Article 3?
We so moved.
It's been moved as written, so that's a motion on the floor for you guys to decide what you want to do with. And would someone like to speak to the motion under Article 3?
I can second.
Pardon?
I'll second.
Oh,
Allison seconded.
I had the second.
yeah, I didn't. I forgot about a second. Thank you.
So I jumped in. Help me out,
Keep
Peter.
an eye on me, kid.
Gotcha.
Okay. The big guy wants to talk to you.
Yeah.
In this year's operating budget, the key budget changes are the following. First of all, the FY '24 budget was $11,524,787. We're proposing $11,970,361 for a change of $445,574 for a 3.9% change. The new item request, academics, we're requesting $44,190. Regular ed personnel is $122,492. Special ed personnel is $136,086. Computer equipment replacement is $42,390. Shared software security is $5,000, and the facility safety is $28,000 for $378,158. In the operating budget, we wanted to highlight our major changes up and down. So our special education contracted services are going down $135,112. based on program needs. Special education out-of-district tuition is going down $113,843, again due to program needs. And special ed out-of-district services are going down $41,122 for program needs. Classroom teachers, this is the increase you approved last year, plus one new teacher of $246,191. Special education new positions are $136,086. Special education transportation is $69,876. Teacher retirement per the CBA is $39,552. Health insurance guaranteed maximum rate this year came in at 18.6%, so that's an increase of $38,019. And special ed teachers / paras are $37,780 for program needs, which again are major changes, total of $277,427. Also in the operating budget, you have the ability to vote for the default budget. If the operating budget does not pass, the default budget is adopted. So the FY24 adopted operating budget was $11,524,787. Required by law or contracted increases and reductions was $271,004. One-time FY24 expenses would be taken out at $24,126, which gives you a default budget for FY25 of $11,771,665. The default budget details, again, these are increase or decreases contracted by law. So wages and benefits already approved with $219,886. Special ed transportation would be a decrease of $36,428. Health, dental, FICA, and New Hampshire retirement are $77,318. Regular ed transportation is $8,400, and then some regular ed contracted services of $1,828. When you compare the default budget to the recommended operating budget, there's a difference of about $198,696. That would result in the superintendent working with the school board to arrive at those cuts. Some of the recommendations that I would most likely make would be 1.5 teaching positions, because there is a new teacher added to the budget. The social emotional curriculum of $15,000. We have contracted hours for a licensed social worker to become part of our district, and that would be $14,992. And then we have some playground safety upgrades at CSDA, which result in $25,000. Again, I don't make the cuts. I recommend things to the board and would go back and forth. One of the items there, the playground safety. If you're not aware, our PTO did a wonderful job fundraising last year and provided us with a $50,000 donation. Yes, tremendous work, tremendous. So that $25,000 would be added to that donation, and that basically outfits the new playground totally. If for some reason we had to make that cut, we would just have to phase in the playground as best we could. And I will turn it over to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Corey. Further discussion on this motion under Article 3, please. Yeah, as the gentleman knows, when you approach a mic, you say your name and your address. Is that mic working?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there we go.
Eric Power, Westview Road. I had a question I had posed to the superintendent and the business administrator about the default budget, about an item about the principal's raises not being under contract but being included in the default budget. Is there an answer to that?
You feel free hereafter to work your mic, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
sure. It's been a long day. Yes, I thought you might have seen the email that I sent you. The $7,916 was deducted from the default budget, as I told you, because the administrators, although they have contracts next year, their raises haven't been approved, and under the requirements for the default budget, those do not qualify to be in there.
So is this a new number?
It is a new number.
That number up there is new?
That number has been decreased by the $7,916.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Moderator, I'd like to make a motion to amend.
Go right ahead.
I would like to amend the proposed budget to a new figure of $11,062,367.
Okay, so that the gentleman's motion, the new number is 11,062,367, if I have it right.
That's correct.
So is there a second for the gentleman's motion? Yes, yeah, yell your name out so she... Thank you. Go for it.
Thank you. I'd like to speak to this motion. So, as a former school board member, I'm familiar with, how schools operate, and myself and a couple of small group of citizens really scrutinized this budget to determine where we could have cuts, because the tax rate has gone way up, and the school district is about 38% of our tax bill. So 29 light items were identified for reductions ranging from $132,000 down to $149. Really detailed process after going to the budget hearing. I'd like to mention that there's been no reduction in any special education services, because we have to provide those. And just to mention, 3 years ago, if we compare to 3 years ago, FY22, or we're talking about FY25, the total proposed spending on all warrants will be up 22.4%, over 22% increase in 3 years. And enrollment's been down for 2 years. NESDEC tells us it'll be up a little bit next year, 1.7, so it's not a lot of new students. So this 907,994 reduction represents a modest 4% decrease from the proposed budget. And it's actually, with this amendment, total spending is still up 13.7% over the past 3 years. Most taxpayers experienced a 14% or more property tax increase this past year. We simply just don't have the unlimited ability to pay. So we have to separate wants from needs. Schools make up most of the spending, and the Brookline School District is 38%, with the co-op being 41%. So you've got 79%. We're dealing with the Brookline District here today. So a modest reduction in spending is needed to keep property taxes on a more sustainable path. This reduction is really just a modest 4% decrease. We need tax relief, and we need to have a compromise. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Rob Rushton, Flint Meadow Drive. One of the things that was not stated in the previous presentation was that for the tax money we expend, we receive services. And those services, to the credit of our school district, are generally provided on a fairly cost-effective basis. So when you talk about reducing a budget below the levels that are recommended by both the school board and the finance committee, you are looking correspondingly at a reduction in services. In that case, where are your services going to be reduced? What is that going to do to the quality of education that we see in our schools? I think before we vote for this amendment, I think that's worthy of great consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And as is clear to everybody in line, we're talking about the amendment.
Melanie LeBake, 2 McDaniels Drive. I rise in opposition to the amendment. I believe that our school board is very conservative with their budgets. I see a bigger problem as these education savings accounts that take money away from all of our citizens to pay for private schools and homeschools. Now, they're taking money away from us, and now we're taking money away from our students. So I do not support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Ed Perry, Muscatampus Road, in opposition to the amendment for obvious reasons. When you talk about a 4% reduction in the budget, you come into an unrealistic thing. If you look at it as any business, anybody in here who runs their own small business, think about the necessities that you need to run that budget, to run your business. And if all of a sudden you were to cut yourself by 4%, you know what that would mean. That would mean losing staff. That means you would have to cut back on programs that you were doing, and it would lead to losses in your overall finances. It just wouldn't work out. You couldn't even run your business flat, because with inflation, you'd be running with 2023 money trying to pay 2024 bills. So, I do agree with Melanie. We do have a very conservative school board. I'm a little disappointed to see that it's only about $200,000 in increase when you take out the stuff that's state mandated. We live in a town where every so often I wonder if I'm still in a first world country, because we hear people arguing on these budget cuts, and it comes down to whether or not we keep a math program or whether or not we put a fire panel in that our fire chief recommends, and people fight over these things. It's ludicrous. When we look at our town makeup, 1/3 of our town is under the age of 18. And I got to tell you, folks, they didn't just raise themselves out of eggs, right? They have parents. So 2/3 of this town are connected to this school. So the taxes you pay for are connected to the services you came here for. As those things start to be reduced year after year with flat budgets or declining budgets, you're going to see people stop wanting to move here. And I don't know what else you want to sell Brookline on. You got freedom, trees, and trails everywhere in New Hampshire. Our unique advantage is our education system. So I might have a little bit of a bias because I've got my kids in schools and I've always been a proponent of education in general. But even when my kids are out, I'm going to advocate on solid school budgets because it is the backbone of our town and it is our chief selling point to grow and sustain this town for everybody.
Thank you, sir. Please.
Joseph Hartman, Mountain Road. A general comment in general, not for or against specifically on this, but the previous comments also hit on it. One of the issues we just heard was that it went up, I can't remember how much percent, 20, 30% over the last so many years. How much of, and you may not have these types of numbers to answer, but what impact has just pure inflation had on the general cost that we can't avoid? Because, like, I go to the grocery store, it's good 30 to 40% higher, and I know everything else we buy is 30 to 40% higher if we need it. And so if the budget's not going up by, that much, then we're losing, we're actually spending less than what the inflation is really hitting. And I know that sounds odd, but if inflation's 10% and we're going up by 5%, we're actually keeping the budget relatively under wraps. So, keep that in mind, especially when we look at short-sighted cuts, like not approving the staff that the minimum wage earlier with support staff. I remember commenting on this several years ago, asking, can they go to Dunkin' Donuts and make more? Are we even competitive with that? And the answer was no. Well, there it is. We ended up costing ourselves however much money Colleen presented earlier because, we were short-sighted on, pennies for some support staff. And that makes no sense, and that's what gets cut when we decide to knock $900,000 out of the budget just because. So just think about that as you go for this, and also when you vote on the actual, the day we vote, whatever day that is in March. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Catherine Elkins, 95 Mason Road. I had asked if I could read something on behalf of another citizen who couldn't be here tonight. May I do so?
Yes, let me ask the group. This is a Brookline citizen, a registered voter who's given you in writing something she would like you to read, but she can't be here. Are you guys okay with that? Raise your hand if you support doing that. Thank you. Raise your hand if you object to it. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay, so this is from Carol Schreck, 292 Route 13. When addressing school budgets, we each must ask, what are we asking of our schools, and are we willing or not to give them the resources they need to do so? In addition to teaching, our schools, teachers, and administrators have been called upon to fix and attend to more and more of our town's social and economic problems: mental health, addiction, homelessness, abuse, bullying, hunger. We continue to ask administrators and teachers to accomplish more than we as a community have sometimes been unable or unwilling to address. A strong public education system is essential to the town's individual and collective well-being. It develops good citizens and, as we know, is a foundation of our local economy. High-performing schools directly support higher property values. The math is there. So why aren't we giving the schools the resources they need to continue to be high performers? She says, "I am not a parent, and yet I fully support the proposed budget." So that was Carol. Now I'd like to speak for me, Catherine Elkins, a parent, and just to say that I would oppose the amendment completely. I trust our school board members and the finance committee, and I want to see it move forward at the full amount. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Hello, Jesse Bassett, Rock Raymond Road. So in the difference between the requested budget and the default budget of about $200,000, there was the loss of 1.5 full-time educators with an additional loss of $500,000. I understand if this number's just been thrown out, so you might not have a value for this, but do you have any idea what the impacts would be? The line items that have been identified in the proposed warrant aren't what would get necessarily cut. That's up to the board to decide. So is there any idea what would be cut? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Folks, somebody want to try that one out?
At that magnitude of a cut of $900,000, we would have to go into personnel. And that would impact class sizes and in some ways impact regular ed students more than special ed because special ed costs are guaranteed under the law. So I would have to look at classroom teachers and those type of services, which would probably elevate your student-teacher ratio in each of the classrooms. I mean, we would try to avoid those cuts because class size does matter, but at the same time, with that dollar amount, there'd be no way to avoid it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Yes, sir. I'm going to let people who haven't, yes, thank you. Folks, you go right ahead. But the gentleman has had some time at the mic, so I'm going to, you guys haven't. You go right ahead.
Diana Korzinski on Wallace-Brook Road. I am for the proposed amendment as it is. I reject the amended one. But I was hoping that somebody up there could just explain a little bit for folks who don't know what the MTSS social worker, behavioral specialist that's listed there would be a proposed cut if we were to go with the default budget. What is it that they do? What benefit are they providing? I know what they're providing, but I don't know if everybody else knows what that role holds.
Thank you.
We presently do not have that position in Brookline. We do have it at the co-op district, and this is the second year of having it, and we have seen that position assist families greatly as they go through crisis, dealing with students who might be in crisis or the family that's in crisis. They have a skill set in terms of counseling background and professional training that really allows them to deliver more of what I would call wraparound services and work with other agencies in the communities that can assist folks that are truly struggling. So what we have in the budget is about 400 hours kind of as a pilot to see how that impacts our elementary schools. And then we'll revisit the issue with the school board to see if we look at adding that position in the future.
Can I do a follow-up?
Yes, you may. Go ahead.
Can you confirm if the reason that we think we need that is based in reality now? Like we've seen cases where we feel like that's beneficial, not just because it's like a cool thing to have.
Yeah. Coming out of the COVID has been very difficult for a number of our families and a number of our students. We are seeing children younger than I can recall in my 40 years of doing this talking about suicide. and talking about harming themselves. And that's not a topic, as a parent, that we're often prepared for. So this person provides us with a level of expertise to assist our families as they deal with those issues. We've also seen increases in, I'm just going to use unkind behavior. The words we use, the things we say, and that's really impacting our students because they hear the word, but developmentally they don't know what the word means. And as a result, we're dealing with more and more of those type issues.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Lynn Powers, Parker Road. I'm standing here in opposition of the amendment. I have a unique perspective as a real estate agent in town and a parent who has 2 kids in the school system. My initial reaction, right, is that yes, taxes are going up, right? And I see it on our town page constantly that, you know, I saw an increase of $1,000, $2,000 this year. What's that going to do to our home values? How are we going to manage these increase in our funds? I can tell from my own regular experience from day to day, moving people here to town, they're not moving here because we have some great trails, which we do, but, and I love our trails. They're moving here 95% of the time for our schools. I hear all the time, best school district in the country or in the state. We're often in the same conversation as Bedford or Wyndham. And I think a decrease in that budget would certainly hurt that standing. And as a parent, I have my own kids in the school. Sorry, it makes me emotional. And I know that there's already some things lacking in the schools themselves. I know that Principal Molinari has even stood in as a substitute because we don't have enough substitutes to stand in as teachers, you know, when he should be doing things at a much higher level. So I just wanted to point out that we also don't have, in addition to kids that need special education, we also don't have a lot of programs in place for higher education, kids that need additional math challenges or reading challenges. We don't have the support for that right now, which I would love to give my daughter because I think she could really benefit from that, but we don't have someone in that place. And I think cutting that budget even further will remove those services for those kids that really could benefit from some additional help in the other direction as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Just gonna lower that a little bit. I'm Johanna Shriver-Halligan, 17 Birch Hill. I am rising in opposition to the amendment made by Mr. Power. I think this is a very conservative budget, as we've heard before. I think especially with going with what the superintendent was saying about social workers in schools. I mean, I can give you the perfect example is that our family is about to face a traumatic death, and my daughter is pre-verbal, 4 years old. She's having a very hard time processing that. I can't go with her to school. I'm a therapist, so I can help her at home, but I can't be with her at school. And her teachers have other kids that they need to help too. So having a social worker or someone who is aware of what children are doing when they're grieving. She's reenacting that her dolls are dying, and that's not fair to the other kids. There's a lot going on. So I think that it's an excellent idea for us to have a social worker in that school who can really help those kids who are struggling to understand really big things like death and grief that we as adults are understanding, but they're not. So that's just one example. I think the other thing I would speak to is, again, as the superintendent was saying with cutting personnel, last year in the preschool, I think there were 13 kids with one teacher, and you could not have paid me enough to be the teacher of that classroom because it was insane. They did a great job, excellent job, amazing job managing that class, but that's a lot of kiddos with a lot of needs. And without the staff that they had and the providers and the paras that they had, I don't know that it would have been such a successful year. So I really want to encourage us to think about it from that approach too, is that our kids are the ones going through the system. My daughter's in the preschool again now, and her school experience has been amazing because we're taking the time to invest in our staff. So that's a benefit for our whole community. So I just want to put that out there as well.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Eric Power, Westview Road. I just wanted to make a quick point that we're changing the proposed budget, so the number I provided would be the proposed budget, and the voters would decide on Election Day whether they want the budget that we propose from this deliberative session or they want the default budget. And the default budget is still a 2.2% increase. So, let the voters decide on Election Day to have a real choice between a 2.2% increase and a modest 4% decrease. I think the voters can, we only have a small number of people here, but we get 900 to 1,000 voters. They should be able to decide with a real choice on Election Day. So please vote for this amendment, and a secret ballot has been requested.
That is true. The way it works is that if 5 voters who are present ask for a secret ballot, meaning you don't raise your hand, you do it on a little card, we are obligated to provide a secret ballot. So the people who signed this, to make sure you're present, please stand, who asked for a secret ballot. 1, 2, 6. Okay. Thank you very much. So we get to have a secret ballot, so the supervisors know when we get to that point, they'll be giving you ballots. We have a ballot box where once discussion is done and we've brought this particular issue, which is the amendment, to a vote, you'll be casting ballots over there, and I would ask Jesse Bassett to cover the ballot box. So please go right ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Steve Sicoscio, Laurel Crest Drive. In considering the change to the warrant that Eric presented, I'm curious as to, we've heard several people talk about the school board saying, oh, it's very conservative, very physically conservative. Oh, they've done a lot of work. They've hashed out this number, this $11,970,000 budget. I'd like to hear from the school board members. What are some of those things that were so tough to exclude from the almost $12 million budget?
Those are all documented in our past meetings. I don't have them in front of me, but one thing I can think of right off the bat is that we really do have a growing preschool, and there was a request by administration to add on to administrative staff to deal with that, which is necessary, but we decided not to because we do understand that people are struggling financially. And so unfortunately for Lauren DeGennaro, our student services director, she has a second job now. She has a part-time extra job that really she has been doing, but that in most districts actually gets done by another person because preschool is such a critical age. There's so much changing with these students, and we have a growing population. So that's one thing off the hand that I can think of sort of right away. But we go through several rounds of the budget, and each budget that came back to us, there were things that were cut out. And none of that feels good because, quite frankly, all of them were needed.
Sure, and we'd all love an unlimited amount of money to spend.
Sir, don't interrupt. She didn't interrupt you. You go ahead.
I interrupt sometimes, so I'm sorry.
So do I. Yell at me if I do.
Don't interrupt her.
So we did do that, and a lot of it is hard because there are things that would benefit students, but we went through each round, and not all of it was personnel, but each round we did some cuts. And so just for people that don't know, we start talking about this in August, and we talk about it every month. I believe August or September is a major part of our meetings are the budget and how can we slim things down.
That's to be expected, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
I remember that one because I think that's just it. Even though I voted yes to cut that out, I felt like it wasn't a good time to bring that forth to the voters. Doing a similar job in another district, I know how necessary that is. So we do try to find that balance even when it feels a little bit uncomfortable.
So what was the dream number if $11,970,000 is the hard-fought conservative number, in the opinion of the school board?
Andy has a dream number. Actually, though, I actually want to just say that there never was a dream number presented because the administration sitting here before us doesn't ever present really a dream number. They present a first number, but none of it was asking for outlandish.
What was the
things.
first number for this year?
So Andy, I think,
Yeah,
has
the
that.
first number of new item request was $852,027, and that came down over the 4 rounds to $378,158. We cut or reduced maintenance items, academic items we tried to avoid, but we still made some cuts there. And there were a number of pieces of personnel that we either reduced or eliminated. We had requests to move our librarian to full-time. We did not do that. We had requests to move a secretary to full-time. We did not do that. The MTS social worker, we reduced by about $10,000 from where we started to now. We had a maintenance position that we feel, as we try to take care of our buildings, that was shared across the SAU just to try to balance that. That was removed from the budget at $22,000. We eliminated iPads from the kindergarten, or I should say delayed them until another year, because eventually we'll have to purchase them. So these are just a few of the examples from that $852,000 down to the $378,158.
Okay.
I'd also add, so if you go to board docs, it's actually pretty helpful. I think the last time that we had the final round of budget talks was the December 20th joint meeting with the Brookline Finance Committee, and so you can see what the new items were. In the first round, one of the things that got taken out was a renovation of the bathrooms in this school building. I've never been in the boys' room, but I know in the girls' room, there's gaps that you can see through the stall when someone's using the bathroom. We know that children use it during the day. It might not be such a big deal, but adults also use it. So that $100,000 for renovations was taken out. Replacing classroom floors was taken out.
So these sound like, some of these are, as someone else discussed, wants and not necessarily needs. So I'm glad to hear things like that taken out.
Yeah, I mean, we really, I think as a school board, if you have watched any of our deliberations over the last 4 or 5 months, I think some of us have felt, strapped by the tax cap that the voters voted for, and that, it does sort of limit our ability to, have accelerated services or enrichment services for some students who maybe need a little bit more than the general ed that's being provided. Other extracurricular activities, academic coaching.
Wants, not needs.
Right, those are, foreign language. People wonder why we don't have foreign languages in Brookline anymore. So those are all kinds of things that we thought, we can't even get close to the tax cap this year. We know people are hurting, and so we really tried to present you, the taxpayers, with minimal increase, and so thank you. And I encourage you to go back and look through those documents, and you can see, again, our administrators never ask for pie in the sky. It's not like they pad the first round so we can cut it down.
I've been state government my entire career. Everything's padded at some point. That's just the reality of it.
Yeah.
And that's just reality. That's not, that's not false.
Right.
I'm kind of my 20th year as a public employee, and I know all about what I refer to as doing more with less.
Yeah.
And that's been, my entire career. So when I hear people talk about, the staff have to do that, and the staff have to do this. Another young lady mentioned, Mr. Molinari, filling in as a sub for the day. Also, as a top-level administrator, in my eyes, not only do you do your administrator job, but then you have to be an expert in everyone else's job below you and expected to do it when it's needed. So and Mr. Molinari is a fantastic gentleman, a father of 3, 1 in preschool, 2 coming up, full-time, 2 jobs, I love the school, I love him, I love the preschool. But that's just when you're a principal, it's not, I speak very bluntly, it sounds like not a sob story. It sounds like it's sad, but that's what I expect a principal to do when necessary. That's what I expect a top-level administrator to do when it's necessary. It's not sad, it's not so much unfortunate. That's what government work is. You're always going to be asked to do more with less. And that's just a fact, you know. A school is a government building. The bathrooms are not going to be granite and polished. And again, I'm talking in general terms here. I'm divulging. Sometimes it's just, the bathroom does not make the education of the school better.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm glad to see things like that get cut out. Do kindergartners need iPads in class in kindergarten? That's a personal opinion. I think I say no, but that's, like you said, it's coming on. Whether we like it or not, whether the taxpayers like it or not. It's normal for government employees, regardless of your title, to be asked to do more with less. So, I ask all the voters to keep that in mind as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Stephanie Gray, West Hill Road. I stand in opposition to the proposed amendment. I just want to point out that the default budget is the absolute bare minimum, right? We're scraping by with what we are required to do. I hate to think of Brookline as a bare minimum type of town. I don't want my child in a bare minimum education system. That's why I'm here. And I understand, just like everybody else, we came here in 2008. Since then, do you want to know what my taxes increased like? Yeah, if you've been here, you know. It doesn't feel good to anybody. But taking that away from our kids, our future, this town is going to need those kids to be educated and involved and engaged, and they're going to want them to be a part of this community. And when you give the bare minimum, do you want to know what you get in return? The bare minimum. That's just human nature. If our schools aren't serving our children will not serve our community. And it's a slippery slope from there. Home values and everything else are completely tied to this type of behavior, and if we don't support them at this stage, we're going to lose it all. And that's really, aside from that, I want to say, as a parent whose child is coming to this school next year, I 100% believe she deserves 100% privacy in that bathroom. I'm not going to say we need to fix the bathrooms this year, but that's not really a want. If I go to a bathroom, or my child goes to a bathroom, or anybody's child or any adult goes to a bathroom, every single one of us deserves 100% privacy in that space. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Joseph Hartman, Mountain Road. Despite having several
Gina,
hours...
did you get that? Thank you.
Despite having several hours worth of comments, I'd like to move to motion to vote on this, or whatever it's called.
That's all you need to say. I understand what you're saying. The people behind you get to speak. The gentleman has asked that we close discussion on this amendment issue, which is pending on the floor. Is there a second supporting that idea? Okay. And then all those in favor of that ending of discussion, raise your voting cards. All those opposed, raise your voting cards. So we will close discussion after these two guys. Yes, please.
Good evening, Casey Petronellis, Smith Road, Brookline. So I just want to express my opposition to the amendment. And I just wanted to ask the school board, as far as the MTSS position, I know it was mentioned earlier that you originally had it about 24,000. Do you think even that was a conservative estimate based on the needs?
I do. And again, the original number was just based on an hourly rate to get it into the building, even though I believe proof of concept is already there. I think from a tax point of view, we wanted to integrate it and see how it would fit into our structure. But the data I have from the co-op's position has really served us very, very well. And that individual has positively impacted more kids than I would have identified.
Great. And so I guess my question also is this typically a position you would find in other school districts in New Hampshire?
I think it depends on the district, but it is becoming more and more common.
Okay. Just as a parent, I know for sure my child has experienced some issues, and like there was mention of COVID impacting social emotional needs, and I do think there is a need for an MTSS specialist that is beyond 400 hours. I believe there are probably many other parents that would echo my sentiments, and as a government employee, I also know every single year our budget's getting cut. We're operating under continuing resolutions. We're told to do more with less, but these are children, right? And I work in safety, so we can't cut with safety, right? And we can't cut when it comes to our children. Going to even like talking about the math specialist, a lot of children fall off around like 4th grade and beyond. We need strong math skills in our elementary schools. So I personally think we have a need for a full-time MTSS. I would be interested in maybe the board taking a look at that in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Mr. Liska.
Yes, John Liska, Route 13, Brookline. I'm a businessman. I've been a long time running business and engineering, building, designing. Right now, our economy is in the bottom so bad. There's a lot of stuff I'd like to buy. We can't. So what do? We cut back. We just can't keep spending. People don't have the money. I see businesses, machine shops, one after another, going under. Every time I turn around, there's another one going on. I got one that has me out on the ropes for a lot of money. I'm not going to get it, because he hasn't got it. But all I hear is this, we need more. Guys, can't take something from nothing. Let's start trying to bring it down. Survival in a business. I'd like to buy a new truck. I look at it, no way. It's just not practical to do it. These are the things you have to look at. So what I'm saying is, what Eric is asking is a moderate 2% increase over the other 4 you were. Whoa, let's start using our head a little bit. There's ways we can cut to keep things afloat rather than hurting people and losing their homes and stuff through taxes. Take a look at our tax figures. Whew. Have a nice day.
Thank you, sir. So the discussion is ended, and you guys are now going to vote by paper ballot. You've got to go to the supervisors, and you are voting on whether to approve the amendment, not making it final, but making it the motion on the floor that we leave alone and walk away from the prior number in warrant Article 3, 11,970, that's $11,970,361, and replace it with $11,062,367. So you'll do that by ballot, yes or no vote, stick it in the box, go for it. The sooner you're back, the sooner we can keep going. All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Let me make clear to you, this is a document that says yes and no that you're getting. Yes means you support the amendment, which is to say the new number. No means you don't support the new number. So it's easily confused. I hope you got it. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, 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 hello. So we get to resume business when everybody in the room who wants to vote has voted. Remember that a no is against the new number. A no is against the new number. Oh, shoot. Wait a minute. Wait. Wait a minute. Come here. Just as a reminder, yes is for the amendment, no is against the amendment. I hope I haven't confused you. Has anybody who wants to vote not voted? Has anybody who wants to vote not voted? All right, well, get to it. Am I on? All right, you guys. Let's get back to work. If everybody who wants to vote has voted, I can ask our counters to get to work. Anybody who wants to vote who hasn't? Okay, so I'm going to assume everybody has voted who wants to vote, right? Right. Okay, gentlemen, if you'd go right ahead and count the votes. You could do it here if that's... Okay, so what's the next item? The question is whether we move on. And I don't think we should move on. I think we really got to see the outcome here. Oh, okay. What are you doing? I didn't appoint you to supervise, sir. You can observe if you'd like to. Sir, did you hear me? Okay. Sir. Okay, I think so. All right, guys, now that's the big ticket item, and the next thing is also finance, is also spending money. So I can understand why you might want to wait on this before we go forward, but I'm going to ask you guys, would you like to go on while they're counting to the next article, which is Article 4? Take a peek at it. Warrant Article 4. So even though we don't know the outcome of the last article, if you'd like to proceed, if you want to proceed, raise your voting card. If you don't want to proceed, raise your voting card. Well, that's a clear one. Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to Warrant Article 4 while the gentlemen are counting. Warrant Article 4 reads, shall the voters of the Brookline School District adopt a school administrative unit budget of $2,377,762 for the forthcoming fiscal year, in which $473,655 is assigned to the school budget of this school district. This year's adjusted budget of $2,356,823 with $469,484 assigned to the school budget of this school district will be adopted if this article does not receive a majority vote of all the school district voters voting in this school administrative unit. Estimated impact, 41 cents per $1,000 of assessed value. The school board recommends this Article 4 to 0. The Finance Committee does not recommend this Article 2 to 1. Do I have a motion under this article? It's been moved as the article appears in your materials. Do we have a second to that? We have a second. Therefore, we move on to discussion. Who would like to inform us about the significance of the motion under Warrant Article 4? Please be. I'd be grateful. Thank you. Can you guys hear her? Because this is loud. Colleen, would it be cool if you want to do this one? It seems to be louder.
Sure.
They fixed your.
Oh, they fixed
try it
my
again,
mic. Okay.
Okay, speak loud.
All right. Can everybody hear me? Great. Okay. So the FY24 budget was $2,268,374, and this is for the SAU. So we are a part of the SAU, the Hollis system is, and the co-op system. The FY25 proposed budget is $2,434,995. That's a total change of $166,621, which is equivalent to 7.4%. The next number is the FY25 adjusted budget, which would be what the overall budget would be if it were default, which is $2,386,000. Wait. $2,386,056. Too many numbers, sorry. The major budget drivers for these changes are salaries. The increase for the entire SAU budget, which Brookline is responsible for 20% of that budget, was $81,980. And the details of that are $37,962 board-approved salary adjustments for FY24. It includes $20,033 in a merit bonus pool increase, and that increase was based on historical trends, and it includes 3% salary increases. The other major driver is benefits, which amounts to $70,839, and it includes guaranteed maximum increases for health in the amount of 18.6% and dental in the amount of 4.7%. That's all I have on that budget.
Further discussion, folks?
Yes, Eric Power, Westview Road. Article 4. I'd like to point out, people might not know how this SAU budget process works, but in December, the members of the SAU, which is Hollis School District, Hollis School Board, Brookline School Board, and the Co-op School Board get together, and they approve a budget, and then they get an adjusted budget, which is sort of like the default budget in our SB2, but it's for the SAU. And so we, as voters, only get a choice between the adjusted budget and the proposed budget. This SAU has really been spending a lot of money. You see this year was up 7.4%. In the past 3 years, it's up 21.5%, while our enrollment in K through 12 through Hollis, Brookline, and the co-op, we have 1% more students. So it's clearly not based on having more students. Our superintendent, we like him, but he's paid number 2 in the state right now. And the number 1 guy in Oyster River is going to be retiring. So he'll probably be number 1, and that's out of 133 superintendents across the whole state. You're thinking about even big cities as Manchester, Nashua, and Concord, everything. He's going to be paid number 1 in the state, $196,174 if this budget passes. It's probably going to be that whether it passes or not. The point is that this SAU is spending a lot of money for every student in the SAU. It's a lot of overhead. And I think that we need to look at, we have a warrant article later to look at, what it takes to get out of the SAU for this district. But in the meantime, I want people to realize that this budget is part of the reason that the tax rates are going up. This is part of it. This, for Brookliners, we're paying it for the Brookline School District, but also about 55% or something like that of this budget is being paid for the co-op, which get a portion to, parts of it gets a portion to us. So I agree with the Finance Committee, and I would vote no on this article so that we get the lower adjusted budget and not the proposed budget. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Tom Solon, Shady Rock Road. Full disclosure, I am a school board member. I am chair of the SAU Governing Board.
What school board might that be, sir?
The Hollis Brookline Cooperative School Board.
I thought so.
And I just want to clarify a few things. The SAU budget represents about 4% of the entire SAU budgets of the 3 districts and the SAU. And it's probably one of the most cost-effective elements of our entire operations. And because we have the SAU, we're able to consolidate activities and share them among the 3 different school districts. Our superintendent is well paid as far as a superintendent in the school district, I mean in the state. He is also one of the people with the most seniority in the state. He is a leader not only at the state level but regional, and he's called upon to provide input on a national stage because of the leadership that he has provided for us, and perhaps more importantly, the quality of the staff that he has been able to assemble and build, so that when he does retire in a little over a year from now, he leaves a legacy that will be able to continue the excellence that we've been able to enjoy. One of the things I want to point out is that a lot of the questions that come up when looking at the SAU budget pertain to things like merit bonuses and things of that nature, and much of those bonuses are used as a type of compensation to help people who have been backfilling for unfilled positions. One of the problems that we have in our SAU, like our district, is that the pay scale is relatively low compared to the commercial pay scales. So when you're looking for people with the type of administrative backgrounds and business backgrounds, we're competing with industry in the area. And that's a lot of what's been driving our salaries, to remain competitive, to attract and retain qualified people, because whether we like it or not, the school is a business. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. 1 second. So we have the results on the prior vote. Would you like to hear them now? All those who want me to disclose it now. Thank you. Opposed? Raise your card. Thank you. It sucks being a minority, so. Hello, hello. Anyhow, you voted on the motion to amend, meaning to change the numbers, and that motion was defeated 60 no, 28 yes. So we'll continue. Frankly, this was not the way to do business. Okay, so I've got you halfway through this article.
We're in this now, though, right? So
I've got you halfway through the SAU. You're not done on the prior one, the operating budget. So I'm going to have you guys try to clean up my mess. Who wants to continue with this discussion of the SAU budget? Raise your voting card. Thank you. Opposed? Raise your voting card. Go for it, sir, on the SAU.
Steve Sikosho, Lower Coast Drive, fiscal conservative. One of the slides referred to one of the charts. I can't remember the exact verbiage. If we could possibly pull that back up. Increase based on historical trend. I have a problem with that because right now we are dealing with costs, both personal and the taxes went up. Everything costs more, as everyone in this room has agreed and other people have testified to. My groceries are up 40%. So anything that's based on anything that's based on past historical trends of increases should be thrown out. Because we're living in new times with new financial hurdles. So anything that's just based on historical trends and that's bad. That's a bad number, whatever it may be. So I would say, in my personal opinion, and I would encourage others to strike down the proposed article and go with the alternate at the lower number. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Joseph Hartman, Mountain Road. I just want to move.
Move the question as they call it, meaning end discussion. Is there a second to the gentleman's motion, end discussion? And all those in favor of ending discussion? Thank you. Opposed to ending discussion? So that, by the way, is a 2/3 vote, so discussion is ended. Okay, so we get to vote on the form of this particular motion that'll go to the voters on the ballot. Excuse me?
Mr. Moderator, this is statutory language, so we can't amend it anyway.
The amount is not amendable.
The language is not amendable. This is a language per RSA and the SAU 195 or 193C.
194-C, colon
194C.
9-B. Thank you. All those in favor of the motion under Article 4, which means as it is printed, the number for this district is 473,655. All those in favor, please raise your voting card. Thank you. Opposed, please raise your voting card. So thank you. It will go forward to the ballot. You just approved what will go on the ballot, and that is the number that will go on the ballot. Now let's pivot and go back to the operating budget. Operating budget is Article 4. Article 3, and we're back to the original number. So further discussion on the original number. Yes, sir.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion to amend to a slightly higher number. And it would be $11,543,047.
Second to the gentleman's motion. Seconded. Did you see a name? That gentleman. Give her your name, just.
Tom Duran.
Tom Moran? Oh, I was going to say. Oh, okay. Have you met Tom Moran? No, okay. Thank you. So we have a seconded discussion on the new number, $11,543,047. If I have it right, Eric?
Yes, you do. Thank you. I'd just like to speak briefly to this motion. So this brings that budget down about $427,000. It still is an increase of 0.2% from this year's operating budget. And even with this amendment, total spending is still 18.3% over the past 3 years. It won't provide a property tax reduction, but it won't provide a property tax increase. It will keep property taxes level. And most people have seen the property taxes, and we need to have a little bit of cutback in what's being proposed. This is a smaller increase than was asked for by the school board, but I believe you can live with it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Hello.
Sorry. Joseph Hartman, Mountain Road. What do I got to do to get this next step going then? Move this to vote?
You want to end discussion?
Yes.
Yeah,
Well,
yes. Just say it normally. And
But
so the
end
gentleman
the discussion, vote on this.
The gentleman has made a motion to end discussion. Does someone want to second that gentleman's motion? We have a number of them. Kelly Zaker among them. And all those in favor, I need a 2/3 majority to shut us up. Okay. All those who want to keep talking, raise your hand. Thank you. We are shut up. Except, no, hey, handsome, you get to talk. Okay, okay. Okay, so we have this motion to change, a motion to amend, to change the number, you heard it as well as I did, $11,543,047. All those in favor of making that change, raise your voting card. All those opposed, raise your voting card. Thank you. The motion to amend is defeated.
Peter, move to restrict reconsideration on the previous motions?
Okay, so in SB2 system, it's of questionable value, but the gentleman has made a motion saying that we can, at the end of the night, were it to happen, ask to redo these decisions. Which decisions are you asking the people to restrict reconsideration of? The SAU?
Article 3.
Okay, we haven't finished. Okay, so the SAU vote reconsideration is restricted, which means it can't be reconsidered because of the SB2 wrinkle. So take my word for it. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Move the motion.
Okay, so the gentleman has asked. Pardon me?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so the gentleman now is asking that we revert to the original motion, which was what is in your printed material, whereby the number is $11,970,361. So we're going to the original motion as printed in the article. You guys are now going to decide what's going to go to the voters. All those in favor of the original number going to the voters, raise your voting card. Thank you. All those opposed, raise your voting cards. Thank you. Clearly, that will be the number, the original number will be going on the ballot. Thank you. So then we get to move on to Article 5, which reads, the city of the school district will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $156,000 to be added to the previously established School Facilities Maintenance Trust Fund from the June 30th unassigned fund balance, parens surplus, close parens. And I trust that someone will help us understand what all that gobbledygook means. Estimated tax impact foregoing a potential rate reduction, 13 cents per $1,000 in assessed value. The school board recommends this Article 4 to 0. The Finance Committee recommends this Article 3 to 0. Is there a motion under that article?
So moved.
It's been moved as it's written. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
There is. So we're open for discussion, and I hope someone can help me understand it. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Article 5 is our annual maintenance trust. It's the format we use to maintain our buildings. Presently, our FY24 balance is $30,657. We are looking to replenish that with $156,000. We have a proposed use of $106,000, which I'll go over momentarily, and we anticipate an ending balance of $80,657. Our proposed uses for the FY25 dollar amount, we need a new intercom and bells phone system at RMMS. We have been doing the door frames to the outside doors at CSDA. The winter and the salt and everything takes a toll, so those metal frames have been being replaced. We're in phase 3. We have a section of roof over the kitchen area that needs to be replaced at RMMS. We are looking to replace our panic burglar alarm at CSDA. RMMS, we are looking for a couple extra cameras to increase our coverage for their property. And at CSDA, we have the main office flooring replacement that's end of life for $4,000, and that's how we arrive at the $106,000. We use the maintenance trust as our annual way of keeping up with our small items. Large items, based on enrollment or building maintenance, it's significant. We would do that in the form of either a lease purchase option or a bond option. We do not have either of those this year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Motion to restrict reconsideration Articles 3 and 4.
Okay, second to the gentleman's motion that we not reconsider the previous vote on the operating budget. There's seconds. All those in favor, raise your voting card. Thank you. All those opposed, raise your voting card. Thank you. Reconsideration is now restricted. So, yes, sir.
Eric Power, Westview Road. I'd like to make a motion to amend the maintenance trust figure of $156,000 to $76,000.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second to the gentleman's motion? There's a second, Mr. Liska. Please discuss your motion.
Yes, this is, if you look at this tax impact, you'll see that it has a tax impact of 13 cents per thousand. Every little bit adds up when you're paying the taxes and getting more of an increase. So this motion is bringing it down about half of what was asked for in terms of this maintenance trust, but still lets them have enough money to do all the projects that they have planned and have some money left over. So I would recommend this amendment because I think we need to have some way of getting some tax savings for the voters. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, further discussion on the gentleman's motion to change 156,000 to 76,000. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Catherine Elkins, Mason Road. Can I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Can you just backtrack a little bit so I can understand this one a little bit more? You're saying that you want to add that sum, but you're only using a certain amount in this next fiscal year, which will remain a surplus.
Okay, so forgive me for a sec. We've got to deal with his motion to amend, and you're going back to the original thing, which I don't blame you. It's hard not to.
Sorry.
But so we got to dispose of reducing the actual number to 76 before we discuss the original number. So on the issue, on the motion to amend to change 156 to 76, any further discussion? Yes, stay put. We're soon to get back to where we were. I'm sorry, is that what you were saying, ma'am?
She wants to understand how we got to the balance so that she can...
If that's correct, ma'am, you should go right ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess I was just asking to see this slide again. Can you walk me through this again?
Sure. We're proposing 156,000. We have listed the guaranteed items that we intend to do, which will give us approximately 50,000 left over that would be added to the original 30 that we have now. And that money is there in case, let's say, a boiler goes or a set of doors needs to replace. It gives the school board some flexibility with regard to maintenance to address things that could come up. Because when we start our budget, we're 18 months away from when we're going to implement that budget. So it's nice that these are our priority areas in that, but something could break next week that changes everything.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry if I screwed you up. Anything further on the motion to amend under Article 5? Yes, sir.
Hello, Jesse Bassett, Rock Raymond Road. So it says in the explanation for this warrant article that the funding source for this article comes from the fund balance or the surplus. If this is reduced to the gentleman's number of 76,000, what happens to the extra surplus that wouldn't be used?
If there's, first of all, if there is not 156,000 in surplus, then we only fund up to whatever amount there is. So that's number one. If we reduce it to Mr. Powers' number, then if there is extra money in the surplus, that goes to reduce taxes.
May I ask a second question?
Go right ahead, sir.
Okay. Given the reduction down to 76,000, are there any items on this list that would not be achievable? Yes, that list.
What we provide, if you went down to 76, we would be able to accomplish those, I believe. Let's see, 60, 70, 80, 95, 102, 106. So we would have to reduce some of our, we won't have any cushion at all if something were to break. I mean, just look at it in terms of your own home. If you have nothing in a savings account anywhere and something breaks, you're going to have to take it from someplace else. And in our case, since special ed is mandated, it's going to come from regular ed. What that will be, we won't know until we sit with the board and try to figure out what broke and how we're going to fix it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Again, I'd like to draw everyone's attention to the budget round items, and so if you go back to the first and second and even third budget rounds that we started on in October, some of the items that are in here are things like tree removal. So $4,500 to remove trees that if there's a heavy windstorm could crash into a roof, cause damage, hurt maybe somebody, or hurt property. That was a $45,000 line item that we cut. So, the Facilities Maintenance Trust is for these unforeseen things that come up. So if we cut the budget, or we cut the amount that we're hoping to allocate to the Facilities Maintenance Trust, and it leaves us with maybe $10,000 in there, if we need to remove trees, if the rain basin that was budgeted for $5,000 to be repaired at CSDA causes flooding because we didn't repair the rain basin, then, we would have to have a meeting, a school district special meeting at a cost to the taxpayers, having people come out once again to vote for funding for these unforeseen expenses. So the point of having this trust fund is so that the school board, the people that you've elected to represent you, if we need to, can make a decision in a timely manner to use these funds for an unforeseen maintenance or facility issue. Again, if there's not a surplus, we don't get the money anyway, but if there's an excess of that surplus, that money would get returned to the taxpayer.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So just to clarify off of what you're saying, this $156,000 is money that is projected to be left over from the current year's operating budget. And the school board has proposed that that money be placed in the trust fund and then has some ideas in mind for uses for that money for the coming year. If the gentleman's motion passes, whatever surplus is left, if the gentleman's surplus would then go into the trust fund, and then the remaining surplus, if any, because again, these are still projections, the year is not finished, would then be returned to the taxpayer through a reduction in next year's budget, basically.
Correct. Yes.
Thank you.
Further discussion on the motion to amend the number from 156,000 to 76,000? Further discussion? Hearing none, we'll put it to a vote. All those who want to change the number to the $76,000, raise your voting card. Thank you. Opposed, please raise your thank you. It's a vote in the negative. Therefore, we're back to the original number under Article 5. Any further discussion on Article 5, or does this go forward in this form to the voters? No discussion. That will be the case. We move on, therefore, to Article 6. Excuse me? Pardon me? Pardon me? Yeah, I think I created some confusion. We actually don't approve it. We just stop tweaking it. And the form in which it exists when we stop tweaking it is the form that goes to the voters. And in my last article, I mistakenly construed that as approval. It's not really approval, it's just sending it down the line. Anyhow, got to take my word for it, sorry. Okay. Article 6. Article 6 reads, to prevent taxpayer dollars from funding lobbyists, shall the Brookline School District zero out budget line item dues, and a string of numbers, which someone will explain to us, question mark. The school board does not recommend this article to 0. The Finance Committee does not recommend this article 2 to 1. Does not recommend. Is there a motion under Article 6? There is. Move as written. Is there a second for the gentleman's motion? Yes, we have second. Therefore, we have discussion.
I did have a question first before I talked about it, about the Finance Committee's recommendation. Is that true? Does not recommend 102? What does that mean?
One of the three voted no towards the warrant article, and 2 abstained.
So A no? Okay. Very good, thank you. I'd just like to explain this warrant article. If you're not aware, they've lumped together at least two dues organizations, New Hampshire School Board Association, New Hampshire School Administrators Association, into an item called dues, and both of those organizations do lobby with our taxpayer dollars up in Concord. Part of that is used for training, part of that is used for lobbying. They do not let us split it out. This is the only way we can stop the lobbying, is by zeroing out this line item so that that can't be used. I recommend we do this because I don't think anybody should have taxpayer dollars funding lobbyists. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Tom Solon, Shady Rock Road. I would make a motion to amend this article.
Yes, sir.
I would like to change the wording to say, which one are we on? 6.
This is Article 6.
Instead of saying up to the comma, instead of saying to prevent taxpayer dollars from funding lobbyists, I would like to say to end membership in New Hampshire School Board Association and
A little too fuzzy, Tom. I'm going to need it.
I'm just asking what the actual, is it New Hampshire Administrators Association? That's just it? Okay, so I'd like to change it, the first section of the first line before the comma to say to stop membership in the New Hampshire School Board Association.
Okay, so you're talking about deleting all of the language before the first comma?
Correct.
And replacing it with what language?
To end membership in New Hampshire School Board Association.
To end membership in Hampshire School Board Association. Okay, so that's your motion, taking out to prevent taxpayer dollars from funding lobbyists, instead replacing it with to end membership in New Hampshire School Board, in the New Hampshire School Board Association. Is there a second for the gentleman's? It is seconded. Would you please explain?
Yes, as Mr. Power stated, the main thing that this line item that's mentioned funds is membership in the School Board Association, and it's actually only the Brookline portion of it because it is funded collectively as an SAU. So it would end Brookline's participation in that association, which, as Mr. Power said, provides training, legal services at no additional cost, large variety of services to us, but they do gather and accept member input on areas where the membership would like advocacy done at the state legislative level. So I understand what he's looking to do, but I want the article to be clear that it states what it's eliminating.
Okay, so that's a proponent for a motion to amend, to make that language change, as you've heard, to change, delete the language to prevent taxpayer dollars from funding lobbyists. Instead, he wants that to be replaced with to end membership in the New Hampshire School Board Association. Is there any more discussion on that particular motion to amend? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd be willing to support the idea of amending it to clarify the language, because people should understand that that's what effectively it would do. Now, anyone who hasn't served in any capacity in town might not know, but people who do this are the same as the people who coach the soccer teams. They realize that nobody else is going to do it, they raise their hand, and next thing you know, they're spending their nights and weekends away from their loved ones and the fun stuff that they like to do. They're sitting in cold town office buildings, and they're arguing over money. It's not fun. You don't get paid a heck of a lot for it. It doesn't cover your gas to go there. You do it as a personal expense because you care about the town. And the limited amount of resources that you have, so you don't make big mistakes, is these associations, where you can ask basic legal questions because, hey, guess what? Tom down the corner, he's not an expert on that. He was just willing to volunteer. And, Jane over there, she doesn't know anything about how this is supposed to proceed, so it'd be good if she could talk to a legal expert or someone who understood the subject matter a little bit better. If we lose those resources, it's very likely we're going to start to make some critical mistakes. And anyone who's been paying attention to the way things have been going in town lately, legal mistakes cost a heck of a lot of money, millions of dollars, a lot more than the money that we're talking about today. So people should understand that if we're going to restrict these dues, we're going to lose all those services. And it should be very clear to people that this isn't just to prevent lobbying, which is just one thing that they do. And to speak to the point of lobbying, I hope they're lobbying. I hope they are lobbying in Concord all the time because this is Concord's fault. The reason why our taxes are so high is because of the way Concord has chosen to fund our schools. There are two funding mechanisms going on, right? One is Concord reaches into our right pocket for our contribution, and then what do? Then they sneak into our left pocket, and then they take their contribution. If they could end that and start to have taxes and fees that are spread out across other groups that do not impact us all the same way, we could alleviate that tax burden. But you're not going to do that going to these meetings, talking to volunteers who are trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. That's not going to happen. Go and lobby Concord, and hopefully there are other people who know how to do it that are doing it on your behalf.
Don't leave, sir. Sir, were you speaking in favor? Or?
Yeah. You should see when I'm opposed. Oh, you have.
That was in favor of the motion to amend. Am I correct?
Yeah. Well, no, yeah. Amending the language,
Yeah, to drop, the motion on the floor is drop the...
is to amend the language.
It's have it say to end membership in the New Hampshire. Yeah, you're in favor of that?
Yeah, I think that's great. That would clarify for people so that they knew that
Just-
they weren't just voting
I
to
was-
eliminate dues, they were eliminating everything.
Cool, I was confused, sorry.
Joseph Hartman, Mountain Road. I move to close discussion.
Okay, is there a second to the gentleman's motion? Thank you. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion? And all those who want to keep talking about this, raise your card. Thank you. That's in the minority, so the majority wins. So we've shut off a discussion. However, Mr. Powers was standing, so he gets to be heard.
Eric Power, Westview Road. I'm a little concerned about this amendment, about, the interpretation that it's not changing subject matter. It is changing subject matter because there is nothing talking about lobbyists in this new language. So to me, it's not a valid amendment. I think the other part is okay, but I do not believe by taking out funding of lobbyists, that is actually changing the subject matter of the warrant article. So I don't think it's a valid change under SB2.
So that's a judgment call, folks. In this SB2 world, otherwise known as Alice in Wonderland,
Peter.
yeah, right. Okay, she's exactly where I was going. And I'm not getting paid. Thank you. Yeah, I would have, where I was going about the Alice in Wonderland world is, I mentioned it earlier, you guys are not allowed to eliminate the subject matter. So if we have a petition warrant article that raises the issue of, in this case, zeroing out dues, we can't change it to zero out something else. That's changing the subject matter. This business about what ultimate purpose is it serving, in council's opinion, in my opinion, is not the issue. The issue that you've asked here for in your petition is to zero out this budget line. That is not changing. This preamble is changing. I do not believe that the motion on the floor eliminates the subject matter. So I'm going to allow it. Yes, sir.
I know, just a quick question. I'm sorry, I know you said the debate was over, but
Chris, say your name.
I'm sorry, Chris Adams, 10 Brooklyn, 10 Sergeant Brooklyn. If we're changing this, we need to list all the dues that are in this particular warrant article. So we talked about.
Okay, well, here's the deal. We got a motion to amend on the floor. I got to deal with that. If you have something else you want to get into, I'm happy to go
But
there.
if we're staying with the germane article, that has to be all those particular dues. No, we have the administrators.
No?
What's that? Not that line?
No?
Okay, you good? You good? Big man is good. Okay, so we have before you to decide whether you want to approve a motion to amend such that that first clause in the written Article 6 is changed from to prevent taxpayer dollars from funding lobbyists to changing it instead to end membership in the New Hampshire School Board Association. The rest of the thing being the same, zeroing out, et cetera, being the same. So if you would, well, is there any discussion, final discussion on the motion to amend? Did we close it? So we get to therefore decide whether we want that change to be made. All those in favor, raise your voting card. Thank you. Opposed, raise your voting card. Thank you very much. So that change is made. Anything further on the matter in Article 6?
Mr. Moderator, Brendan Dennehy, 31 Mason Road. I would like to amend this article.
Yes, sir.
I would like to add a sentence at the beginning of the article. So it would read, Article 6, Petition Warrant Article. The deliberative session discussed this article and does not recommend it to end membership in the New Hampshire School Board Association. Shall the school board restrict zero budget line item dues and the number?
So the gentleman's motion to amend is to add additional language which precedes this now amended language with the sentence, the deliberative session discussed this article. He gave me a copy of his motion beforehand. The deliberative session, us, discussed this article and does not recommend it.
That's correct.
You can't eliminate. You can modify. So, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'd be interested in hearing what the attorney's thinking was.
Counsel is, if it's okay if I share? Well, why don't you please express it so I don't get it wrong?
My opinion is that it's not a proper amendment. It doesn't go directly to the subject matter. It's explanatory material. It's not part of the subject matter of the article. Your moderator does not agree, and I just tell you my opinion.
And I am grateful for your opinion, and we just don't agree. So, you know, you guys, the rules are in this game. You guys can vote on anything, whether it's illegal, in fact, or ineffective. The process in this legislation before us is such that you guys make the rules that you want to make, although they may ultimately prove, we're counseled to be right, to be ineffective. But I'm going to err on the side of letting you guys deal with this and decide whether you like it or not. I think the prior vote was explanatory also, which we approved. Maybe council didn't agree with that one either.
Peter, may?
Yes, pardon me.
So I believe last year, when we had a very similar petition warrant article, we had this debate on justification, explanation versus subject. And I think after the long conversation last year, you go to the ballot and there is a question in front of you. Do you approve this or not approve this? There's not an explanation on the ballot. So adding an explanation to the subject, I believe we debated this for many, many minutes last year.
Must have been somebody who looked like me, I don't remember.
It's, the subject is what is on the ballot. You don't walk in with your ballot with an explanation as to why something is being proposed.
To,
Wait a
in the
minute,
language.
to Cindy's point, if I may,
Go.
we had this, I believe the same, it was warrant Article 8 last year.
Yes.
And at the deliberative session, it was amended to read, to prevent taxpayer dollars from funding the Brookline School District's portion of the SAU 141's membership in the New Hampshire School Boards Association, shall the Brookline School District zero out the budget line item dues.
And what do you, so therefore,
So therefore, I'm not a legal expert, I'm just saying, like, we have been through this before, and we have clarified the language so that the voters will understand exactly what they're voting for.
my distinct opinion is that the law is clear, you cannot eliminate the subject matter. Beyond that, you can amend it. And so I'm going to stand by my opinion that it's a permissible addition that does not change the subject matter.
Has it been seconded so I can speak to it?
I don't remember. Been seconded, so you may speak to it.
Thank you. So the reason for adding this language, in my opinion, is that the previous warrant articles that were presented by the school board, this body is allowed to discuss and amend, and the voters get the benefit of this deliberative session's work on those warrants, and as you said, we tweak them to be the best they can be. So my purpose in adding this language would be to provide the voter at the ballot with the benefit of this deliberative session's opinion. So my feeling is that if this amendment passes, it would tell the voters the opinion of this meeting. If it fails, then it also tells that the language would not be there, and it would not, it would present that side of the opinion of this deliberative session. But it's a deliberative session. We're supposed to deliberate and present our opinions to the voters. Otherwise, SB2 is a ridiculous tool to have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Claire Skidmore, Oak Hill Road. I believe this is an egregious offense to the voters. All right? It is not our position or our purpose to put our opinion onto an article.
Well,
Our deliberative process here. No,
Sir, you will
let
stop.
me-
You
let
will
me finish.
stop speaking. That's my job. We have been engaged in the process of amending,
Yes,
and that is changing.
I'm
And we are
opposed to
entitled
this
to
amendment,
change.
and I want to discuss it.
And we are entitled to add your opinion, the majority of your opinion, to these articles. So you're mistaken if you think they can't do that.
No, I'm saying that I don't think that it is a good idea to put into the language of a warrant article that the members here don't recommend it. I've never seen that in an article.
Well, sir, in
I'm
town
just saying,
meeting- in
I'm just
town-
saying
okay,
it's my
I
opposition
understand,
to
but
this.
you'd be mistaken, because in every town meeting, we have the recommendation of Finance Committee and Select Board,
I'm talking about the language of the article.
as am I. You're saying on a ballot, we don't have it.
Right.
Because on warrants, we have it. Town meeting has it. I read them out loud. It's recommended or not recommended, then you guys vote on it.
We're talking about the ballot, right? The wording for the ballot. Are we not?
We are talking about the ballot, and the only inhibition under the law is you may not eliminate the language. This SB2 thing means that however outrageous the subject matter might be, and I don't know if this is outrageous, I don't understand it, it goes to the voters. And the voters, however, are not deprived of the right to comment on it and to change it and to tweak it. They can't eliminate it. So the law is quite clear. This deliberative body can futz with the language and do with it what they want, so long as they don't eliminate the subject matter. That is the law, whether we like it or not.
May I ask, what was the lawyer's actual opinion on this?
My opinion is that it is not a proper amendment, but it is your meeting, not mine.
All right,
But it's what?
It's your meeting, not mine.
I'm saying I oppose this amendment because I agree with her. All right, I don't think it's proper to amend an article in that manner.
I appreciate
All right,
that.
because I believe that doing so by putting in there that this body is suggesting that we don't recommend this, I think is egregious to the other voters of the town.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Eric Power, Westview Road. I also am against this amendment. I think this does cross the line. If you look at the RSAs are clear that recommendations are only supposed to be from a governing body or a budget committee or a non-advisory budget committee, and we start putting in what a deliberative session thinks. I think that really is going over the line. I agree with the attorney. I think this is going to set a bad precedent if we did it. Whether you like this warrant article or not, I think each voter has 30 plus days to get educated on it, and adding that language in is a bad idea, so I would recommend not doing it.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Joseph Hartman, Mountain Road. I do not agree with this amendment just from the standpoint of making the warrant article clear is one thing, and I do agree with the last amendment, and I do agree with anything that potentially comes to define dues, define what they're going to, so that the voter actually understands what they're voting on. But, I mean, putting it forward is really all that I think that we should be doing. So I'm against that type of amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Just a clarifying question, is this meeting a governing body?
No.
Okay.
Your governing body, this is called, for the record, the legislative body. The governing body is your school board or your selectmen, depending what meeting you're at. Yes, yes.
Linda Sari, Meeting House Hill. I disagree with this amendment. The first one was fine that Tom did. This one, everything that comes out, gets on the ballot, because it's SB2, is something that went through the deliberative session. So you don't need to say that the deliberative session agreed with it. They let it go to the voters in a certain form, and that's what I think we should do. So I would vote down this amendment.
Thank you. Further discussion? So we're talking about the amendment to precede Article 6 with the sentence, "The deliberative session discussed this article and does not recommend it." All those in favor of making that amendment, raise your voting card. All those opposed, raise your voting card. It's a vote in the negative, so the motion to amend is defeated. Further discussion on the motion under Article 6.
Peter?
Yes, ma'am? Yes.
Just for the voters, this particular line item, and someone at the SAU can confirm, I believe we're talking about a $4,000 line item. Is that correct?
Yes.
4,000.
4,000.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Yes, sir.
Just one question. The text in bold on here, is that part of the warrant article or not? The bold text at the bottom, the school board does not recommend this article 400. The finance committee does not recommend this article 102.
Okay, so in town meeting, that would be read. It would be a part of what is in front of the voter. I honestly can't recall, is that on the ballot also when we do it? So the recommendation is on the ballot?
Yes.
Oh,
Peter, this is last year's.
all right. Okay. You good?
One follow-on. Is it, and forgive me for not having paid attention to this in the past, the school board does not recommend this article 400. Is that the order that it's normally given in? Is it normally yays, nays, and abstentions, or is it always the majority, the minority, and abstentions?
I don't know. Anybody?
We said yay, we do not recommend it.
Yay,
No, I
you
don't
do
know.
not?
Yeah, yay, we do not.
No, it's nay.
Nay, we do.
Thank you very much.
But that will be on the ballot. Yay? Okay. All right, any further discussion on this motion on Article 6, which reads, "To end membership in the New Hampshire School Board Association, shall the Brookline School District zero out budget item line dues," whatever those numbers are, question mark. And I guess the rest will also be on the ballot. All those, no, is there any further discussion on it? We don't approve it or not. Any further discussion? Done. Let's move on to 7, which reads, "Shall the school district rescind the provisions of RSA 19820B, appropriation for unanticipated funds made available during the year, so that the school board is required to hold a public hearing to accept or expend unanticipated money?" The school board does not recommend this, Article 400. Do we have a motion on Article 7? We have, as written. Seconded? Seconded. Discussion.
Yes, I'm one of the signers of this warrant article. This warrant article, we gave a few years ago the provisions for the school board to take money and expend it without holding a public hearing. This is rescinding that authority. For small amounts, I believe it's been changed by our legislature to $20,000, and I could be wrong. They don't have to have this hearing, but we gave a blanket authority, and this just takes it back for transparency. So with large amounts coming in from ESSER and other locations, federally and state, we would have a public hearing when the money came in, and when it's expended, so it gets expended on things that make sense, so the public's aware. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further discussion? Any motion to amend? Yes, sir.
Peter?
Mr. Moderator,
Pardon me? Yes. Go for it, guys.
can I provide a clarification
Of course, thank you.
on the process under that statute? What that statute says is that the school board is allowed to apply for, accept, and expend unanticipated revenue. In any amount above $20,000, they must hold a public hearing before doing that. It's below $20,000, then it's an optional hearing.
I appreciate that clarification, counsel. Yes, sir.
Tom Solon, Shady Rock Road, especially in light of what's just been clarified, that it's the small dollar amounts. The main reason for this was for expedience and cost savings. Having a hearing every time an expendable amount needs to be addressed in these small things is very time-consuming, frequent, and costly, especially in these days when there's a lot of pressure to apply for grants, to get funding from sources other than the local taxpayers. This would mean that if they got a grant of $150 to pay for a speaker to come and present, they would have to have a hearing in order to spend that money to pay from that funding source. We did it out of courtesy and out of valuing the time of our board members, our community members, and our administrators. And I think it's still a wise thing to extend that courtesy for these low dollar amounts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Moderator,
Yes, ma'am.
can I provide a further clarification?
I'd be grateful.
The effect of rescinding the authority would not require a hearing to be held before any money was accepted. It would require that the school board come back to the annual meeting and put it on the warrant. It would have to be part of the budget and the warrant articles. So there would be no ability to accept or expend unanticipated money during the middle of the year.
Can I ask, would that include, like, if the PTO were to give us money for the playground?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It
Yeah,
also
so that actually is my question. What would the impact be if the school board is not allowed to accept money from, say, the PTO, from, I think the superintendent was talking about the playground, right? The PTO had fundraised this, and I think that was a large amount, so that would have come anyway to a hearing, right? Or been in the budget. So can anyone tell me, maybe, I know it's off the top of your heads, like what would the impact be if money was limited from being accepted in the middle of the year?
I can give you an example. We put in for the state security grants,
Okay.
and both RMMS and CSDA have been awarded $100,000. I wouldn't be able to meet the state timetable, and thus, ultimately, that money would have to go back to the state, and money that is going to be used for safety pieces in your children's buildings would be turned back.
And then the process could be, if that money gets turned back and we aren't able to utilize those grants, would that then maybe come to us as taxpayers on the next budget if they need to be done?
There's a high potential for that.
Okay, so just to clarify, so if we limit the school board from being able to kind of apply for these grants, meet the deadlines, because grants are pretty brutal in terms of the deadlines and things like that, you have to be on time, we would then potentially not only be losing money for things that need to be fixed, but we might also then be picking up the tab as taxpayers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Can I ask Ann Webb, Mason Road, can I amend this?
You want to make a motion to amend?
Can I make a motion to amend?
You may.
Can it read, the school district shall not rescind the provisions of RSA, and then the rest of it the same?
No.
Why not?
Because on this elimination thing I've been trying to explain, the law says we can't eliminate the subject matter, and the courts have ruled in interpreting that to mean that you can't do the no thing. You can't say not. That eliminates the thing, so we can't do that. Sorry.
Peter, can I ask a question, please? Procedurally, if the article as written is not legally correct, what recourse do we have as a deliberative meeting? So from what I'm understanding from our attorney, that it would not be rescinding the article, the provisions under RSA 198:20B would not require the school board to hold a public hearing. It would require the school board to place the funding on the annual district warrant. So if the article's not factually correct, do we have to put it on the ballot as submitted by the petitioner?
It could be amended.
Pardon me?
It could be amended.
Yeah, I mean, it could be fixed by amendment, she's saying, but theoretically, if it weren't amended, it's got to go forward, even though it is a nullity under the law or illegal under the law.
I think the effect, I looked at this in advance and discussed it with some of my colleagues, and the effect of this would be to rescind authority to apply for, accept, and expend unanticipated money during the year. The fact that the description is inaccurate, we don't think would change the fact that it would rescind the authority.
Say that one more time, that last sentence?
Yeah.
I believe that if the article, as it is currently written, passed on voting day, that the effect would be that it would rescind the authority for the school board. Yes, that portion would take effect. It's described inaccurately, but the effect would be the same.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
So if this so as a school board, as a district, we try to get grants, funds to reduce the taxpayer burden. And if I understand Mr. Power's intent, he is trying to be fiscally responsible and decrease the burden on taxpayers. But it seems like the unintended consequence, if this petition warrant article passed, would be to potentially increase the burden on taxpayers, because we would not be able to apply for grants and funds as they become available mid-cycle.
I understand and I hear you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Judy Cook, 10 Main Street. I don't quite understand why we are wasting our time on these articles that have no dollar amount. Because as far as I understand, the only thing we can do to the petition warrant articles is change dollar amounts. We can probably change wording, but it's got to kind of stay the same, right?
In my opinion, no. This is the crazy, crazy thing, and I don't think a number of cases have gone to the courts asking the question, is the tweaking we've done doing the prohibited, eliminating the subject matter? It wasn't clear, went to the court, and it's a hard judgment call, Mrs. Cook, and in my opinion, elimination, anything short of elimination is permissible.
So you can do anything to the warrant article wording?
You can put in nonsense, in my opinion.
Because when I was on the Board of Selectmen and we dealt with warrant articles, if we had a petitioned warrant article, it had to go on the ballot.
That's a different issue. SB 2 has this unique process of a deliberative session and this opportunity to play with the petitioned warrant article or any other warrant article. It's a bizarro world we're in.
Well then, if that's the case, then we can rewrite the warrant article,
Yes,
right?
you can, but you can't eliminate the subject matter, which is a judgment call, as you've seen tonight.
Well, I'm just going to make a comment, my
Yes.
own personal comment, that we were absolutely foolish to enact SB2 for any part of the town, because it's just as a waste of time. It was sold to us as a way to eliminate a lot of back and forth at town meeting and shorten the town meeting. And all it does is create a second town meeting where we just argue about things that we can't really do anything about. So I'll put in a warrant article next year to eliminate SB2.
Yes, ma'am.
Just quick, Jessica Hartman, 51 Mountain Road. I'm against this article, and I think it's a shame that citizens are bringing this up to not give us the ability to accept grants, and especially the $50,000 that tireless parents have worked years for the parent-teacher organization to raise for our community so that it doesn't go back on the taxpayers. That's a shame, and I hope that all of the people who are not in this room tell people what this really will do so that they do understand when they have that ballot in front of them.
Thank you, ma'am.
Joseph Hartman, Mountain Road. Just to clarify with the law in this, so right now we have given authority to the school board to not have to do any town meeting to spend that money. That's currently what we have. And unless we take it back, then it stays that way, even with the law that was written? Okay, just wanted to make sure that there wasn't a conflict.
Got it?
No.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Jesse Bassett, Rock Raymond Road. I'd like to make a motion to amend the article to read, shall the school district rescind the provisions of RSA 198:20-B, appropriation of unanticipated funds made available during the year, so that the school board, and then replacing everything after is required to, so that it reads, so that the school board may not accept or expend unanticipated funds during the year. This is an attempt to bring it in line with the actual consequences of the amendment.
Council?
That makes sense, and that would be proper.
Okay, so Mr. Bassett, you got to give it to me again slowly.
So replacing everything after so that the school board, it reads, so that the school board may not, sorry, I was interrupted. So that the school board may not accept or expend unanticipated funds during the year.
So the school board may not accept
or expend unanticipated funds during the year.
Okay, so the article would read, shall the school district rescind the provisions of RSA blah blah titled appropriation for unanticipated funds made available during year. so that the school board may not accept or expend unanticipated funds during the year. Okay?
Correct.
That's a gentleman's motion to amend. Does someone want to second it? It's been seconded. So let's have discussion on that motion to amend.
May I speak to it?
Yes, please.
I just want to clarify it to bring it in line with what the consequences of the petition warrant article will actually do. That's my only intent.
I understand. Okay, there, very well. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Pardon me?
I was going to vote. You're going to have to hold my hand here. Rob Dankert, 48 Cleveland Hill Road.
You're doing good. You're doing good. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. That's the easy part, right? That's the easy part.
No, you're good. You're good.
What's the vernacular?
Don't worry about magic words. Just tell me a regular guy talk what the hell you want to do. Pardon me?
How do we move this to a vote?
Okay, so the gentleman has made a motion to end discussion. It needs a second and a 2/3 majority. Is there a second to the gentleman's motion? Yes, there is. And how many people want us to shut up? Raise your voting card. Thank you. How many people want to keep hearing my lovely voice?
No, Steph.
Thank you very much.
Steph,
okay.
you can stay.
So the people behind him get to speak, but there'll be no more discussion on the motion to amend. This is on the motion to
Sorry,
amend.
the motion to amend the way that it was proposed just now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can I make a motion to?
We have to move on that first to clear the floor, and then
Okay.
we can do something else. Mr. Rader.
Hi, Brian Rader of Mason Road. I just think the language would be a little bit more clear if we said current year as opposed to the year. As I was going through my head, it seemed a little bit unclear, and I kind of like the suggestion the attorney had made of calling it current year.
I understand, and so I would turn to the person who made the motion and ask if he wants to make that change and change your own motion. I'm allowing you to do that. Yes? Okay, so we're inserting in the gentleman's motion the word current. So, the thing now reads, shall the school district rescind the provisions of RSA 19820B, appropriation for unanticipated funds made during year, not current year, so that the school board may not accept or expend unanticipated funds during the current year. Have I got that right? Okay. So that's where we are at the moment, but we have to act on whether that's acceptable to you. So, you know, the guy, forgive me, who said current, was there a second? No, you withdrew your motion. The person who made the motion was willing to change his motion, so I'm not going to do that. So therefore, have I confused you enough? We're going to vote on the new language, whether you are willing to accept it or not. I think you know what it is. It's about making it read that the school board may not accept or expend unanticipated funds during the current school year. If you like that, raise your voting card, please. Thank you. If you don't like that, raise your voting card, please. Thank you. So it's a vote in the affirmative. So at the moment, what the ballot will read is the language you just approved. Is there any further discussion, however, whereby you would like to beat this to death even more?
Yes, I'm sorry. Stephanie
No,
Gray,
I'm
West
bit-
Hill Road. I'd like to make a motion to further amend, if we can.
You can.
To include language that clearly states up to and including donations, grants, and funds that may be used to alleviate tax burden. I think that's exactly what we're looking at here, and if we don't add that, I think we're missing a critical piece of what people need to understand in this warrant article.
Okay, so smart moderators, I'm not one, make people write down their motions. So
I didn't write it down.
no. So I need you, since I don't make people do that, give me nice and slow on what your precise words are.
Yes, so keeping all language that was previously proposed just before, and
Clear.
then adding language that states up to and including
donations, grants, and other sources that may alleviate taxpayer burden.
Alleviate. Did you say taxpayer burden?
Correct.
Okay, so she is asking you guys if, first off, if anybody's going to second, let's start at the beginning. Is anybody going to second it? Second it, okay. So, but just so we're clear on it and make sure I have it right, we're going to start to have discussion on a motion that reads as follows. Shall the school district rescind the provisions of RSA 198:20-B, appropriation for unanticipated funds made available during year, so that the school board may not accept or expend unanticipated funds up to and including donations, grants, and other sources. You think I got that word right?
Yep.
That may alleviate the taxpayer burden during the current year. Is there a second to that? Let's do it again, because now that you've heard it, there are plenty of seconds. Is there discussion on that? Yes, sir.
Daniel Koenig, Rock Raymond Road.
Yes, sir.
Is the tax and spending schedule such that a donation in the current year would alleviate taxes in the current year, ignoring this?
I don't know.
No, is the answer.
I don't, if you're asking me if money came in after the voters had already approved,
Ignoring the proposal here, is it possible that money that's donated this year could alleviate taxes this year?
if somebody gave me $25,000 for the playground,
Yep.
I would go to the board and say, why don't we just kind of not touch that $25,000 that's in the budget and return it to the taxpayers next year? And we have done that in other districts. If we haven't had a need for a teacher of that, we try to encumber that money so it's not spent and return it to the taxpayers.
In the following year?
In the following, yes.
So there's no, what I'm getting at is,
So we take out the last word.
yeah, the last phrase there about alleviating taxes could be misleading.
Alleviate taxes, but not for the current year.
Right,
It
Well-
will alleviate taxes potentially in the next year.
right.
But it could do that regardless of whether this passes. So I would take out that whole phrase.
I don't.
Okay, so you made the motion, so I'm going to let you tweak your motion. So I'm taking out during the current year. Okay, but
Sorry. Do you want to leave, as the previous amendment had clarified, not being able to accept or expend unanticipated funds during the current year, and then maybe a semicolon, including other, gifts, donations, whatever, grants, that may alleviate taxpayer burden, period. So leave the current year in the previous phrase, and then add your clarification as to what those unanticipated funds may.
Dan, do you have any idea where we are? I don't.
We're taking, sorry, if you want me to look at the roadmap.
Oh, that'd be great, thank you very much. Oh, are you working on it too? Thank you, don't hesitate.
Two heads are better than one.
Oh, yeah. Not accept or expend unanticipated funds, take out during the year? No, that's at the end.
Sorry,
actually.
he's going to take that. Okay, so.
Sure. Okay, so the person who made the motion is willing to change her motion such that it reads, shall the school district rescind the provisions of RSA 19820B, appropriation for unanticipated funds made available during year, so that the school board may not accept or expend unanticipated funds in the current year, up to and including donations, grants, and other sources that may alleviate the taxpayer burden. Is that acceptable to the person who made the motion?
Acceptable to me as I requested.
Can you can't print that or anything. No. Oh, take a shot. Yeah. There you go. Well, you guys heard it, and I'm sure you guys remember it. Thank you, sir. Okay. I've probably lost my bearings, but the motion now is perhaps clear to you about specifying the mechanics of this thing. I've read the language to you, and we have to act on that motion to amend. I'm sorry, Dan, what would you like? We need to vote on the motion to amend. We don't vote to approve, because this is SB2, but we do have to accept this motion to amend. Dan, do you want to talk?
I won't go farther, but the last phrase about including money that can be used to alleviate taxes, with or without this, that could be done, and it would be done in the following year. So just my only concern is that
Well, it
my,
depends on the timing, right? It's not an article. Sorry, go ahead and say what you were saying.
just that it may be misleading,
In what way?
that it might imply that if we don't do this, then the money could not be used to alleviate taxes.
Well, depending on when that money is available.
Okay, I got to have you speak in the mic. There might be people. I got to have you speak in the mic. Forgive me for being.
That's it, I'm done.
So you got nothing, babe? You got nothing? He's got nothing. Go for it.
So I think it's Ed Perry, Muscatanabas. It's largely a distinction without a difference. At the end of the day, most of us are going to be taxpayers this year, and guess what? You're going to be taxpayers again next year. And most budgets run from year after year, so it's it's a little bit of nonsense. I wouldn't worry too much about it. You're going to get the savings in one of the years. This is how it works. It doesn't always fall in the same line. We actually had the same language inserted into something last year, so I have no idea why this caused any kind of concern.
All right, so if you guys are willing to let this go at this point, and you don't have to, what's going to go on the ballot will read, shall the school district rescind the provisions of RSA 19820B, appropriation for unanticipated funds made available during the year, so that the school board may not accept or expend unanticipated funds in the current year, up to and including donations, grants, and other sources that may alleviate the taxpayer burden. That's, I forget now, so all those in favor of that motion to amend, raise your voting card. All those opposed, raise your voting, lower your voting card. Thank you. Keep your voting card in your lap. Okay, so that's where you stand on the motion under this article, and it will go to the voters in that form unless anybody else wants to enlighten us in other ways. That apparently is not the case, so we are closing under Article 7, opening under Article 8, which, as proposed, says, shall the Brookline School District rescind authorization under RSA 1984B2 so that the Brookline School District no longer retains any unassigned general funds under RSA 1984B2 and return all unassigned general funds to the taxpayer. School board does not recommend, finance does not recommend. Is there a motion under this article? It's moved. Is there a second? It is seconded. Discussion on this, the language of this motion.
Eric Power, Westview Road. This article is intended to rescind the retaining of the unexpended fund balance, and I believe it's set at 2%. Can the business administrator, is it 2% for Brookline right now? So 2% of the appropriations from the year, up to that amount can be retained from the school board beyond all of the other funds that we, like the maintenance fund and others, really to alleviate taxes. It's meant to help return all the money to the taxpayers, to rescind that authorization so that at the end of the year, after all of the other funds are, they can be funded with the unexpended fund balance, there's not more money held back from the taxpayers. It's just another way to try to help the taxpayers with the tax burden that we're experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Ed Perry, Muscatanapus, speaking in opposition to this. The unassigned fund balance is one of my new favorite topics. A lot of people aren't aware of it. It's basically a savings account. It's a savings account that's tough to get money into. Basically, our boards come up with budgets. The budgets are spent over the course of the year, and if there happens to be some money left over, it can go into this savings account. The purpose of having this savings account is every so often you're going to have an unintended expense comes up that you're not able to come up with money for in any other way. So you end up with two options. One is you can dip into the unassigned fund balance. That's an option to pay for something over the course of the year. Your only other option at that point would have to go back to the people of the town and request some kind of special meeting to raise money. Expensive, might not even be possible in certain circumstances, in which case expenses would be delayed. And one of the themes that I'm hearing a lot tonight is, oh my God, things cost so much more now. It's on everything, and it's in every state, and it's in every country. This is nothing new. And at the end of the day, guess what? These things are going to cost more next year, and the year after, and the year after that. And a trend that we see in this town is sometimes we have the short-sighted decision to kick something down the road. And inevitably, it ends up costing us hundreds of thousands of dollars more. So the idea, again, the unintended consequence of this is going to be putting a burden back on the taxpayer. And I would suggest that people vote this one down just like they voted down the rest.
Okay, well, this is SB 2. We don't vote it down. It gets to go to the voters, so understand that. So, the gentleman has spoken on Article 8. The question is what version of the motion goes to the voters for them to look at on their ballot. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Melanie LeVake, 2 McDaniels Drive. Could someone give us an explanation of typical unexpected funds and the cost? Thank you.
This year, because of an enrollment spike, we actually added a teacher to kindergarten. That was not budgeted last year. The first goal that the board assigns to me is to see if I can find that teacher's money in the operating budget. But if we were not able to find that money in the operating budget, the unassigned fund balance is where I would go. And again, it's one of these pieces where we're 18 months before we're going to even get into the year. And right now, our unassigned fund balance is about 140,000. That covers a teacher and a little bit more, or it covers, a boiler or something else like that. So that's what it's intended to do.
Quick question. If we return that to taxpayers, do we know approximately what that would equate to?
I believe $100,000 is 13 cents. So I guess that's about 15.
Thank you.
I would like to propose an amendment where it says, so that Brookline School District no longer retains any unassigned general funds, their add to cover unexpected expenses. That's it.
So you would like to amend the language of this motion such that it would, I'm sorry, you say that?
Maybe to cover any unexpected. Okay, good, yeah.
You're still thinking, or do you know what you want to do?
Beyond unassigned general funds.
Just beyond.
No longer retains any unassigned general funds to cover unexpected expenses, and then the rest.
Lynn, can I tell you what we amended it to read last year? Am I allowed to do that?
Sure, please do. Yeah.
So last year, we amended it to read, it was Article 9 on last year's warrant, to potentially reduce the Brookline property tax burden, shall the Brookline School District rescind authorization under RSA 198:4B2 so that the Brookline School District no longer retains any unassigned general funds under RSA 198:4B2, thereby leaving the school board without a contingency fund for unexpected expenditures.
I would like to move for that amendment.
So the gentlelady is going to withdraw her initial thoughts and replace them with what we just heard. Ma'am, I presume you're making a motion to amend?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
say Lynn
Kelly,
Powers.
can you help me with where we're sticking what?
Sure. I got it from the Town of Brookline election results from March 28, 2023.
No. I just need the words right now. Wherever it might have come from, she was pleased as punch. And said, no, the voters are not attorneys. It's common sense communication.
So the way that it, here.
I don't want to look at it. I got to write it down. What am I looking at?
Put them under your seat. Former administrator, you should know that.
Walk in front, there's a whole row in front.
Okay, where are you just adding that? Let's see, let's find.
Why are you squeezing back here?
Oops.
You do. You look good walking around.
So after the word taxpayers,
At the end of the sentence?
yep, before the question mark, add
Oh, no, I know.
thereby
Wait till we
leaving
get to number 10.
No. Thereby leaving
the school board
the school board
without a contingency fund
without a contingency fund
for unexpected expenditures, question mark.
for unexpected expenditures?
Yeah.
So, okay, stay here because I'm not sure I got it right. Expenditures. Okay, so the gentle lady has made a motion to amend for you to consider. No one has seconded it because we're still getting in final form. But if I have, always helpful. Come on. If I have it right, the motion to amend would have this motion read, shall the Brookline School District rescind authorization under RSA 1984B2 so that the Brookline School District no longer retains any unassigned general funds under RSA 1984B2 and return all unassigned general funds to taxpayers, thereby, say it out loud, thereby
Leaving the school board.
leaving, L-E-A-X, thereby leaving the school board
Without a contingency
without a
fund.
contingency
Fund
fund for
For-
unexpected expenditures that may alleviate taxpayer burden.
No, just for unexpected expenditures, question mark.
For unexpected expenditures, okay. Gotcha, that was from the prior one, sorry. Okay, so does anybody want to second that motion? It's been seconded. Does anybody want to talk about that motion?
Eric Power, Westview Road. I had a question, maybe the attorney can help answer it. There's actually a legal definition of a contingency fund, which we do not have in the Brookline School District, but our co-op does have one. And so saying we don't have a contingency fund is sort of saying something, we don't have something that we don't have. So I would like to know if that language makes sense or if that's going to be confusing legally.
I don't think it would make a difference legally. It's a question of the wording that people want to use. I don't think it would make a difference legally.
Are you familiar with a contingency fund that can be adopted by a school district?
I am.
Okay, so this doesn't, you don't think that that confuses what
It's
this...
citing a different statute that is not a contingency fund statute, so I don't think that it would create any confusion about how to implement the warrant article.
Thank you.
I believe the exact question was asked last year, and the answer given was that it's a plain language definition readily understood and not a legal definition.
Thank you very much. Okay. I'm wondering how the school board is going to have this language that we're hammering out and it's floating around now. Did someone review the tapes and you guys figure it out? Do you need me to write it down? Do you want? Okay, well, I mean, I have read it, so it's on the record. This is a motion to amend. You've heard it. You're tired. I think you understand it. All those in favor of the motion to amend, raise your voting card. Thank you. Opposed, raise your voting card. Thank you. Therefore, unless something else comes up, that motion will go forward to the voters explaining the business about, with the language about leaving the school board without a contingency fund. Any further discussion on the motion of Article 8? Hearing none, that will indeed go to the voters on the ballot. Good luck to them. And Article 9 we take up. Shall the school district direct the Brookline School Board to cease the funding and use of social emotional engineering, social emotional learning, SEL, curriculum and instruction in all of schools of the Brookline School District. Is there a motion under that petition? It has been moved. Has it been seconded? Seconded once, seconded twice. Anybody want to second it? Gentleman has seconded it. Therefore, we discuss it. Yes?
Joseph Hartman, Mountain Road. What is SEL? Can somebody explain that to us?
Social emotional learning is a part of our curriculum that we do to teach children what I'll call proper behavior. In terms of, I think the audience should know that the curriculum is under the authority of the school board. So this article is advisory only. The elected body decides on what curriculum is and is not in the schools.
Yes, Eric Power, Westview Road. Just wanted to mention that, social emotional learning creates standards for attitudes, beliefs, and dispositions. It uses assessments with psychological measurements on children, which can be used with an SEL vendor. There's a lot of problems with it. I know we're late here tonight, but one of the things you got to worry about is what is it doing to the children? Data privacy, where do you cross the line to being mental health without parental consent? There's a lot of vendors that are making a lot of money off of this. There's a second step transformative SEL program. There's the Devereux student strengths assessment that's being used in schools that is really meant for child psychologists to use, but it's being forced for teachers to be used in at least some schools. I don't know if it's happening in Brookline. And there's even a House bill this year, House Bill 1473, that is going to prohibit SEL in schools. So it makes sense for us to stop this implementation of this fad. This is also expensive. There's money for curriculum in the budget. And so this was, concerned citizens wanted to put this warrant article forward to stop the use of social emotional learning in our Brookline schools. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So fortunately, I am a child psychologist, and so I can speak a little bit to this. I've worked in adolescent and child mental health for many years. I've worked in acute psychiatric cares, state hospitals. I've worked in schools. I currently work in outpatient. My specialty is 5 through 18, basically. Social emotional learning is something we do every day. It's something we do as adults. We do it naturally. When we read social cues, when we pick up on behaviors, when we're in weird situations where we're trying to find our way out, that's all social emotional learning. What we're doing in schools is basically empowering our kids to have tools to affect these situations proactively. As somebody who is picking up pieces for a lot of kids, reactive is never a positive. Proactive is always preferred. Mental health is not ever, like, you can't just give assessments. If you're not trained to give a mental health assessment, you can't give it. It won't be validated and it won't be counted. So I can understand the concern that mental health might be included in schools without parental consent, but that's just legally, that can't happen. We have we have rules and ethics and boards that we have to answer to as well. So that would actually be the benefit of having a licensed social worker, is that they will have taken classes and assessments. They will have understanding of how to administer these assessments. They will know how to rate them. They will be using fully validated research studies with years and years of data behind them. So I just want to kind of put that out there before any amendments get made, just so we have a better understanding. It's happening anyway. Parents are engaging in social emotional learning. Teachers are engaging in social emotional learning. They have been for decades, according to the American Psychological Association. And right now, teen depression, child anxiety, child suicide and self-harm, that's all on the rise. That's a concern. That's not going to go away, and if we take away social emotional learning, we're taking away their tools instead. So I'm going to encourage people to kind of think about amendments or think about just this language in general, is that social emotional learning is a word that's been kind of attached to it to scare people. But if we were to label this life skills, there are studies that show that 80% of people would approve of this, this literature and this data and this type of programming if it said life skills. And I can produce those studies for anyone who wants to see them. But I just think that we need to be aware of kind of what we're asking. Our teachers are going to be doing it anyway, so do we want them to do it with tools and education and support, or do we want them to have to wing it? And I think that's something we need to think about.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Diana Korzinski, Wallace-Brook Road. As a taxpayer, I'm saddened that this is even presented here. I'm not surprised, though, in today's political climate. Got the usual dog whistles going on and breeding into the hysteria that everybody feeds into to try to eliminate programs like this. I'm hoping that for those of us that have been attending school board meetings or watching them virtually, we're able to see the presentation that was provided by the school board on the positive impacts and scientific data and percentages that the teachers in our schools have seen, proven results as a result of this program. And I'm wondering if we have any of that data here today, or if anybody here in the school board could elaborate for those that are either not going, not paying attention, or just want to keep shoving this stuff down our necks.
There was a request there of the board.
I mean, in general, there's data, and we can, if we have specifics, we can get into it, but data over hundreds and thousands of studies shows that not only does social emotional learning reduce discipline referrals, improve classroom behavior, and in general, reduce anxiety and depression eventually, it also improves academics by 7 to 10%, depending on which study you're looking at. So the idea of taking away from our kids learning about self-awareness, self-management, how to be aware of your feelings, how to manage them, how to be aware of how your friend is. These things are basic things that have always been taught in schools, and it's just become politicized just like history has. So we don't want to teach our kids history. We don't want to teach our kids how to behave. Essentially, there's a movement to make sure that our students are ill-equipped for the real world. In the upcoming world where I can go on my phone and do AI and get everything done, these are the skills that you're really going to need. These are more important. So why anyone would oppose that is just beyond me. So that's my opinion. And yes, our presentation showed that our teachers really like it, that they're seeing a measurable impact already, that the suspensions have gone down in our school. So, yeah, I'm lost in the justification for this.
To answer your question, it's the January 24th school board meeting. So if you go onto board docs and look at the agenda and then look at the presentation for the board SEL presentation, on slide 4, you'll see staff survey results. Have you observed any positive changes in student behavior or classroom dynamics since the implementation of the responsive classroom morning meeting? So responsive classroom is the social emotional learning framework, which our schools have adopted after our teachers and staff spending time this summer on researching different programs that would be appropriate for our school. So our teachers themselves decided on the program that would be most beneficial to our students. The response from that was that 66.7% of teachers said that yes, they have observed positive changes in their student behavior. They also said how effective is morning meeting in contributing to building a positive classroom community. 63.3% said it was very effective on a Likert scale from 1 to 4. 97% of staff members responded they want to continue using responsive classroom next year. 83% of staff members responded that they would like responsive classroom training moving forward. 47% of staff members noted a need for more time in the schedule to adequately deploy morning meeting and other responsive classroom practices. So our teachers, the experts on educating our students, number one, had a very active role in choosing this program. Number two, see that it's working. And number three, want more time, resources, and training to implement it. So, this is looking at like bus suspensions, like Colleen said, altercations on the playground, basically using your words instead of your hands. And so it's working. I think we cut the amount that we allocated in the budget to $25,000. And so I encourage you to look at that presentation and look up responsive classroom and, come to board meetings if you'd like to learn more about it.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
So Ed Perry, yet again, Muscatannabis Road. I'll try to be brief because I'm sure we all want to go home at this point, but this will explain why I want to do what I want to do next, so I can't skip it. Johanna explained social and emotional learning way better than I would. I would just point out to everybody in this room, you went to school at one point. You were left in the care of another adult for several hours in the course of a day, and there's no way that you didn't have emotional and social issues during that period of time. And some adult helped you with it. Some teacher or administrator took you aside and they worked you through the weird emotions that you were feeling as a child or helped you with your interactions with other kids in school. In fact, most people send their kids to school just to pick up those social skills in the first place. Otherwise, you could homeschool. And people who homeschool, what do? They tell you, well, we got to do these other things to make up for that social stuff, so you know that it is a big role. And this is a boogeyman. This is something that people are trying to make look like it's a brand new thing that's never been done before and it's meant to corrupt your kids, and that's simply a bunch of hogwash. This is meant to give standardized best practices to all of the teachers that are going to interact with our children so that we can have confidence that they're going to treat them in a similar fashion that we have some kind of input into. That makes sense because going back to when you were a little kid, some of those adults that helped you with those emotional issues, they didn't do a very good job, did they? Some of them might have done things that impacted you socially and emotionally for years. Some of them never should have had access to children in the first place. So I would move to amend this language so that we can make it clear to the voter what they're actually doing and they don't get lost in the politicized language of this warrant article. But I don't want to change the function of it. What I would do is I would add a comma at the end of district and before the question mark. And I wrote it down for you, Peter. And I would add there, leaving our schools without standardized best practices for helping our students with social and emotional life skills. Because if you eliminate the current program and you leave nothing behind, then day one, when your child has a social or emotional issue, you're going to have a bunch of teachers looking at each other saying, what the hell do we do now? Because we don't have a program for this anymore. The whole night's been too long, brother. Did you get all that, Peter? I can read it back to you slowly.
You give it to me. I'll
give it to you in any way you want
I wrote
it.
it down, but that's no use to me, handsome. Give me.
Oh, yeah, I'll show you.
Yeah. Okay. That's it.
Before the question mark.
Oh, there's a comma up here.
Okay. And leaving our schools without standardized best practices. For helping students
Oh, I have soda in that.
I love it. That's why I didn't ask her. Because you knew it was soda. That's funny.
The gentleman's motion, which we'll need a second on once I've read it, if I got it right. Ed, look at what you wrote down, because I'm going to try to read it. Don't trust me. So the gentleman has made a motion to amend such that the motion under Article 9 would read, shall the school district direct the Brookline School Board to cease the funding and use of social emotional learning curriculum and instruction in all schools of the Brookline School District, leaving our schools without standardized best practices for helping students with social and emotional life skills, period. How do I do, hey? Pretty good? Pretty good? We have a second to that motion. Discussion on that motion. All those in, oh, sorry, go. Do you have one?
Am I commenting on his amendment?
Yeah, we got to deal with his.
I guess so, yeah. Casey Petronella, 7 Smith Road. So I definitely support that amendment. I think, it is concerning with the MTSS position only being offered or proposed to be offered at 400 hours. Clearly, we have a need for SEL curriculum. I think, like Colleen mentioned, it's been politicized. It's become like the new buzzword of the year, month. I don't know, I can't keep up with all of the issues that people have with basic life skills these days. But I am concerned that we are taking out something that's pretty crucial to our students, our children. I think for any parent who has gone through the pandemic and just the issues from school shootings, just so much has happened the last 4 years that I think now more than ever we really need this type of curriculum. The data supports it. I listen to the professionals, the teachers, the psychologists. I'm confident in their abilities, and our children really need this help right now. And I think we'd be foolish to take that away from even our teachers. Like, we're making their jobs more difficult if we don't have this supportive tool in the classroom. And there was something else that I was going to say, and it left me. But anyways, that's it.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate it very much. Yes, sir.
Daniel Koenig, Rock Raymond Road. I would like to make a motion to end the discussion
Okay.
on the proposed amendment and vote on the proposed amendment.
Okay, so the guy who preceded me, who was the moderator for 40 years, just to repeat an axiom, he said it was bad form for someone to express an opinion and then move to end discussion. So you got close to that, but I want to tell everybody that you can't do that. Have your opinion and then shut down discussion. That's just not right. So you squirted out a little opinion there, and you also said end discussion.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
So let me start from the start.
Go.
I would like to make a motion to end discussion on the proposed amendment.
Yep, good,
And
okay. That's
bring it to a vote.
good, that's good. Okay, so all those in favor, any discussion on the amendment? Thank you. Yeah, I didn't ask, forgive me, sir, I didn't ask, you will get to vote, you just have to wait, your turn. I didn't ask for a second to the gentleman, so we got a second, and then now let's vote on doing what, on ending discussion. Okay, raise your voting cards if you want us to stop discussion. Thank you. Raise your voting cards if you want to keep talking. Okay, fine, thank you. You get to go because you were behind the gentleman, yeah.
Okay, all right, yeah. So I just want to say I oppose the amendment strictly because this is a pretty vanilla petition here. The way it's worded, it's just a straight up yes or no. And instead, this amendment is steering the voter into something that is like, oh my gosh, The voters, you got to give them credit that they have knowledge of whatever's going on. So that's all.
Appreciate it, sir. Thank you very much. Sir, were you at the end of the line on the motion to? No. Okay. Okay, so we're therefore going to vote on whether we're going to amend the motion under Article 9 in accordance with this, with Mr. Perry's add-on at the end. I think you've all heard it. I should read it. Shall the school district direct the Brookline School Board to cease the funding and use of social emotional learning, SEL curriculum, and instruction in all schools of the school district, comma, leaving our schools without standardized best practices for helping students with social and emotional life skills, period. All those in favor of that motion to amend, raise your voting card, please. Thank you. All those opposed, raise your voting card, please. Thank you. It's a vote in the affirmative. That amendment then is successful. And now, is there any further discussion on this particular motion, or does that language we just approved go on the ballot? Hearing none, we can stop our discussion on 9 and move on to 10. Yes, sir.
Moderator, I thought they were all waiting in line.
Cool, go for it. Yeah, what you got?
I would like to ask a question. There was a comment made in the very beginning. This is non-binding, correct? This is a decision of the school board to do curriculum. It's not something that we can decide here in this meeting?
That's correct.
All right. I'd like to make a motion to amend this article. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's a new.
I heard the groan from all around me. I'd just like to change the word direct to advise. So shall the school district advise the Brookline School Board to cease the funding and use?
Blah, blah, blah. Just a second. Shall the school district advise the school board, you're saying, instead of direct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second to the gentleman's motion? I see seconds. Discussion of the gentleman's motion? Yes, sir.
Eric Power, Westview Road. I think we're getting a little bit close to the removing of the subject matter. We know most courts will probably think this is advisory, but to change the language like that, I think it's removing the subject matter. So I would say that it's not allowed to be done under SB2.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Daniel Koenig, Rock Raymond Road, move to end discussion on the proposed amendment.
Second to the gentleman's motion to end discussion. Thank you. All those in favor of ending discussion? All those opposed ending? Okay, 2/3 there is, so we're ending discussion. I've lost my bearings. Are we going to put advise in or not?
You need to take a vote on that.
So we're ending discussion. So that is the decision before you to vote on whether to change the word direct to advise. If I got that right. Yep. I am so good. Okay, so it is as it was most recently, except we're changing direct to advise. All those in favor of doing so, raise your voting card. Thank you very much. All those opposed, raise your voting card. Thank you very much. It's a vote in the affirmative, so we've made the additional change advise instead of direct. Is there any further discussion on the motion under Article 9? Therefore, that language will go to the voters. And we move on to Article 10, which reads, shall the Brookline School District pursuant to RSA 194C1 create a planning committee to study the advisability of the withdrawal of the Brookline School District from SAU 41 in accordance with RSA 194C2, Roman numeral 4A, for its organization, operation, and control, and the advisability of constructing, maintaining, and operating a school administrative unit to serve the needs of the Brookline School District. The school board does not recommend this Article 4.0. Is there a motion under Article 10? It has been moved. Is it seconded? It's been seconded. Discussion on the motion under Article 10, please.
Can I move to end discussion?
No, I'm not going to do that. Yeah, go ahead.
Eric Power, Westview Road. This statutory language to look at withdrawing the Brookline School District from SAU 41, the The expenses in SA 41 have skyrocketed. This is not withdrawing from the co-op, like people try to say. This is just looking at doing a SAU in Brookline or doing the SAU services that you need, looking at this to see if it makes sense, because we have a very expensive SAU. If you look at the state forms, the A12Ds, we have the most business finance folks in the whole state. We have more than any other SAU, including Manchester and Nashua. We have expenditures that are going out of control. We used to have 8 people in the SAU, and last count I think we have 17, with a drop of about 10 to 12% of enrollment. So I think it makes sense for us to take a look at this as a school district to see if it makes sense to create an SAU for Brookline. It has nothing to do with the co-op. The co-op would remain in SAU 41. That's all it's about. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Tom Soul on Shady Rock Road. A question that perhaps our attorney can help with. I'm saying that so she... It's my understanding that the formation of a committee to look at this is part of the formal process of initiating a withdrawal from an SAU. I know in the if you do it in a co-op environment, that's the impact. Does it have any similar impacts when you do it for looking at withdrawing from an SAU?
It starts the formal process. It is not the entire process.
Right. So it's not just an isolated event that happens
Correct.
without repercussions. And can you briefly elaborate what would be the follow-on activities that might have to, or that would have to occur beyond this?
There would be a planning, if it were passed, then a planning committee would have to be appointed, and they would have to undertake a study about whether they thought it was a good idea.
And does that have to get registered with the state that you're starting to do this and go through the whole thing like it does with a co-op where you have to,
Yes.
then you have to have all the series of meetings to view
Yes.
it? So it's not just a simple, isolated, let's take a look kind of thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Stephanie Gray, West Hill Road. I'd like to make a motion to amend the language to this warrant article so that it states,
Tell me where it starts.
yep, fourth line down after the, for its organization, operation, and control, and the advisability of constructing, maintaining, and operating an independently taxpayer-funded school administrative unit.
Okay. An independently taxpayer,
Funded.
where is it? Just say taxpayer funded.
Yes.
The rest of the language as it was?
Correct.
Okay. Second to the young lady's motion. It's been seconded. Discussion on the young lady's motion to amend.
So I support the amendment as written. I'm opposed, or the amendment that was just given. I am opposed to the article as written. It's my understanding that this study has already been done. And so maybe that's a question that can be answered. Is the study already been completed?
Ma'am, okay, so what I have to dispose of is the issue of the amendment.
Yes, so I think I'm saying I support the amendment.
Yes, but then I think you went on to talk about the
Okay.
merits of the general concept.
Oh, no, I'm not meriting the general concept.
Oh, then forgive me, I interrupted.
That's okay. I know, we have hands grabbing. So what I'm saying is, I think I support the amendment because, especially if a study has already been done, and, sorry, it's a little late for all of us. I think it would be better to be aware of the cost of redoing a study. And so having this amendment kind of makes clear that, like, we're all concerned about cost. And we've heard a lot tonight about how everyone's feeling with impact of cost and the costing and like the prices. So yeah, I think if we kind of look at it from that viewpoint, this amendment makes sense to kind of help us understand what we're getting into.
Thank you very much. Ma'am.
I want to speak for the amendment because I think people voting should know that there will be extra cost if we have to set up our own SAU, because it will involve a superintendent's salary, associated ancillary people, offices, office equipment, and we already have an SAU. Why would we want to be setting up a second one? Which is basically what this would do.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am.
Beth Gilday, Ames Road. I'm in favor of the proposed amendment.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have a couple of questions. First, I felt like this was deja vu, and then it was not, because 2 years ago we discussed this. And then I remembered that 2 years ago, we were told, and maybe I'm misremembering, how much does the Brookline School District pay into SAU 41? And I just didn't feel like looking through the YouTube several hours. Like, how much do we pay into the SAU?
It's
Sorry.
in the warrant. What number warrant is it? Look at
Warrant
warrant
Article
Article
4.
4 on the materials you have tonight.
Okay, and is there a cost associated with completing a study to leave an SAU, and do we know approximately what that would cost?
We don't know the answer to that?
We did a study in 2016.
That was with Hollis, right? Sorry.
Pardon me?
Was that with Hollis?
It was for the co-op.
Oh, it was for the co-op. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you, sorry.
It was done by Dr. Ken DeBenedictis, who was an original superintendent in these districts, and John Moody, who was our interim, and myself. And it was very cost-effective because we used those two gentlemen. They each put in about 10 hours each, but we're very familiar with the district, and we're able to gather the data because of the SAU providing it. So the study in itself was about $2,000. I don't think we're going to get it at that discounted rate this time around.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in favor of the amendment. I think, yeah, we voted on this 2 years ago, so, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Motion to end discussion on the proposed
So
amendment.
move. Is there a second? It's second. All those in favor of any discussion, raise your voting card. Thank you. All those opposed, raise your thank you. It's voted in the affirmative. Discussion is ended.
I'd like to
Eric, you-
caution that this is statutory language that you can't modify per SB2. If it's statutory language, you're not supposed to modify it. Maybe the attorney can weigh in on this. 194C.
Perhaps I'm looking at the wrong one, but.
I'm content to proceed. I want to have a vote on whether this additional language is added after, let's see, 1, 2, 3, fourth line, after the word operating, including the language and independently taxpayer funded, those words being added. Mr. Rader, were you behind? No. All those in favor of that amendment, please raise your voting card. Thank you. All opposed, please raise your voting card. Okay, it's a vote in the affirmative. I understand your opinion, sir.
So my understanding was that if it's in statutory language, you're not supposed to modify it. It's supposed to be presented. That's one of the limitations of SB2 for the deliberative session.
I agree with that principle. So you're saying the entirety of this is
I
statutory?
believe that the attorney could verify that.
I'm looking in RSA 194C:2 right now, and I don't see any statutory language for this question. There is statutory language for the acceptance afterward of the plan, which would occur at a meeting in a future year.
Thank you.
Perhaps if you know where it is, you can tell me.
I'm looking.
Yes, sir.
So
The article as it's written right now suggests that this is a committee that is advisory in nature. It's just basically a study committee, whatnot. But by citing the RSAs, this is really beginning the process of withdrawing from the SAU. You're basically declaring an intention to move along that process. You're activating the laws. Now that doesn't mean that you have to go through to the end, but if the average voter up here reading this, they're not going to realize that they're actually starting the process, the actual legal process of withdrawal. Therefore, I would like to propose an amendment to reword this. My suggestion is, shall the Brookline School District, pursuant to RSA 194CI, begin the process of withdrawing from the SAU by creating a committee in accordance with RSA 194C2, Roman numeral 4A.
Well, you heard it. I'm going to have to get it.
And I have it written down.
So we have a second. Is that what you're doing? Second, yes. Therefore, it's on the floor. So let's talk about the gentleman's proposal. A proposed amendment in accordance with what he said, and he's going to give that to me in some form or other.
Melanie LeVake, 2 McDaniels Drive. You said let's talk about the gentleman's proposal, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's very similar to what I wanted to say, which was to point out that this planning committee starts the formal process of removal from the Brookline Hall SAU. So that, I think we're in line with each other. So if you want to word it that way, as long as we make a point of letting people know that it means it starts the process of withdrawal.
Yes, sir.
Just a clarifying question. The way that petition warrant articles are done in general is that a petitioner writes one, doesn't matter the language, doesn't matter any of it, it can be factually wrong, and they can write it, and that is how it is presented. So.
Well, I'm not saying that about, this is one of those, but
correct.
yes.
I am unequivocally not saying that any of these are factually wrong.
Okay.
I am simply making sure I understand the process, because what I am then going to say is, so our process of amending these articles right now may or may not, and it's a good thing we have an attorney here tonight, help us to ensure that they are as correct as they can be when they are presented to the voters. Is
Say that again? Say that again, please. Sorry.
Never mind.
No, okay. Yeah, we're doing our best to hammer them out so that they're proper, but that's a subsequent issue. Yes.
Diana Korzinski, Wellsbrook Road. I too am in support of this proposed amendment. I think that the way that some of these we've seen tonight, especially this one, purposely vague. And for full transparency with the voters, I think they need to know that this is going to kickstart the withdrawal review process for the SAU.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, so I just wanted to say I think that what Mr. Power takes exception to in the proposal that I made was that the language with RSA 194-C2, that section is an actual RSA, and so I can't propose a change to that language because it's a quoted RSA. Is that what I'm understanding? So
No. It's not accurate. If he's saying that, that's fine, but that would not be accurate. In any event, we've moved on.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that if it was a problem that we
There are certain times where you have to use statutory language. You can quote statutes. You can use the same language in any statute, but the legislature has said, if you're going to propose the following issue to your voters, you got to propose it in this following language. You can't tweak it. But back to this last motion, which I think I have a picture of. And Mr. Rader, this begins this text, right? Replaces it in its entirety? I didn't realize that. Okay. So, the gentleman's motion, motion, would be to replace it all with the language saying, shall the Brookline School Board pursuant to RSA, whatever it is. Same RSA. Yeah, that'd be cool. Begin the process of withdrawing from the SAU by, what's it say? Take a look at your thing.
Shall the Brookline School District pursuant to RSA 194CI begin the process of withdrawing from the SAU by creating a committee in accordance with RSA 194-C:2 Roman numeral 4A. And that completely replaces the
So
all right. Yes, then I'll amend that to specify SAU 41.
I got to have you write it down. Not after this meeting, these guys are going to have to prepare minutes for this meeting. They're going to have to determine what indeed we've enacted. So maybe I should get smart and require written amendments so that they're not lost in translation.
Mr. Moderator, may I ask a question?
Please
When
do.
you're done? Why don't you
Please
finish
do.
and I have a question?
I didn't hear that comment.
Mr. Moderator, I'm wondering if in the next time we do this, we could have a Word document showing in which we're retyping so that we can all see it live.
It sounds in principle absolutely delightful, so I gather you're volunteering to make that happen.
Absolutely.
And I look forward to it. Okay, so the gentleman's motion, if I have it correct, is that he would replace the entirety of the language on the motion under Article 18 with the following language. Shall the Brookline School District, pursuant to RSA 194:C-A Roman numeral 1, begin the process of withdrawing from the SAU 41 by creating a committee in accordance with RSA 194C2 Roman numeral 4A. That is the gentleman's motion to amend, and I'm stalling because I got to take a picture of it. So the question for you to decide is whether there's, first off, a second for that. There is, and discussion on that. I'm good, thanks. The language which he's offered would, if I understand correctly, would entirely eliminate all the previous language. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me show it to you. I'm not sure what you're asking.
Gina, have Peter text it to you.
Yep. Oh, here, I got it here typed, so let her see it. Okay, so.
Just a clarifying point, he's eliminating all of the language except the cited RSAs. The cited RSAs are the same.
Whose motion is this? Is this his? Is this what you want? So this is what you want. So this is what he wants. Shall the Brookline School District, pursuant to RSA 194C2 Roman numeral 1, begin the process of withdrawing from the SAU 41 by creating a committee in accordance with RSA 194:C-2 Roman numeral 4 small a. That is his motion. Is there a second to that motion? Thank you. Is there discussion on that motion?
Eric Power, Westview Road. I think the first RSA quoted was not accurate, unless you didn't read it right.
Okay, let's see. What I should have said, what it says here now, is 194:C-2 Roman numeral 1. Can anybody call up that statute? Excuse me? Is that the right one? Okay, well, people seem to think it's the right one.
What did you read again?
It's not of consequence, frankly, but go ahead. What, do you want me to read it again, the number?
Yeah.
Yeah. 194:C-2, Roman numeral 1.
No.
And the one after that is RSA 194:C-2, Roman numeral 4, parens, small a, close parens.
He's got the colons and the dashes wrong, but,
On that is wrong.
yeah, that is wrong.
The one on the,
The one on the screen is
excuse
wrong.
me, excuse me. The attorney is saying the one on the screen is wrong. I am. The one on the screen, our attorney is advising us, is the wrong RSA.
Okay,
No-
fair enough. Fair enough. Everybody makes boo-boos. So, in any event, you guys can approve it even if it's wrong. I mean, I think the point is made here, and, but you can approve it even if the citation is mistaken. Happens all the time. So, we're discussing support or objection to that amendment.
What did the petition say for the first one, for the first RSA? For that,
But there's supposed to be a two.
Oh, the first RSA, your petition?
yeah.
As it's posted in the warrant, do you know, is that the right one?
I don't have a copy of the warrant. That's, well, okay.
Okay.
That's not what's being amended to.
I understand, sir. So the gentleman's motion,
Mr. Moderator,
yes, ma'am.
if you would look at Mr. Bassett's computer,
Yep.
it has the right citations on it. And maybe you could ask the person who made the motion if they would agree with that.
You want them? Okay, so.
Would you like a new picture?
Yeah, oh, good, thank you, yeah. I should trash this one so I don't confuse it. Okay. Okay. Hey, am I a techie or what? Okay.
What?
Okay. All right, so the gentleman has agreed to have his amendment corrected to read as follows. Shall the Brookline School District, pursuant to RSA 194-C:2, Roman numeral 1, begin the process of withdrawing from the SAU 41 by creating a committee in accordance with RSA 194-C:2, Roman numeral 4, parens, small a, close parens. That's the gentleman's motion as it's first been presented. So is there a second to that? There is. A discussion on the gentleman's motion in that form? Hearing none, I'll ask you to vote if you're in support of that amendment by raising your voting card. Thank you. All those who oppose, raise your voting card. Thank you. So what I just read will be on the ballot, and may God be with it. Sir.
Sir, Clarence Skidmore, Oak Hill Road. I would like to amend that amendment by inserting the word potentially.
No, we just passed it. Excuse me. Well, no, he's right. We didn't pass it. It's SAU, so it's still open. So say it again, please.
All right, so where it says something to the effect of begins to withdraw.
Yeah, okay, it says, shall the Brooklyn School District pursuant to RSA blah, begin the process of withdrawing from the SAU 41.
Begin the process of potentially withdrawing, because the committee may say, hey, this is not a good thing to do. There's no, hey, we're going to do this. That's not what's intended.
So the
The
gentleman is
intent is
making,
to do a study to determine should we or not, right? So it's a potential
okay.
action that might happen.
Okay, so the gentleman is making a motion to amend whereby we put in the word potential, not
Excuse me,
Whatever's the
I
correct.
think that
whether
our
it's a
lawyer.
verb, potentially, or
potentially,
whatever.
it's an adjective.
Oh, it's not.
Whatever.
To say
You can decide.
potentially?
Okay. You're okay.
Okay, is there a second to the gentleman's motion? There is a second. Is there discussion on the gentleman's motion? Thank you.
Diana Krasinski, Wellsbrook, can we get clarification that that's indeed accurate, that it is the potential by kickstarting the review, not that you've now set the wheels in motion to start the withdrawal?
I don't think it's inaccurate. It doesn't present a legal problem.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on adding the word potentially in front of the word withdrawing? Are you going to speak to that, sir? Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, this starts the process, but there are other opportunities to end the process. So that's where the potentially comes in. It's like we're starting the process to withdraw, but that's not the end of the conversation. There are many other steps that happen beyond that, and at any time we can decide we can stop it. So that's where the potential comes in.
So you're supporting the inclusion of this word?
I'm kind of neutral to it, really, to be honest.
Okay. Okay. All right, well, what's before the people?
I accept the support.
It may be tepid, but he's willing to run with it, baby. Thank you. So what we're talking about is a motion whereby the thing would read, shall the Brookline School District, pursuant to RSA 194-C:2, Roman numeral 1, begin the process of potentially withdrawing from the SAU 41 by creating a committee in accordance with RSA 194-C:2, Roman numeral 4, paren, small a, close parens. That is a gentleman's motion to amend, and is it seconded? Thank you. Discussion, I hope not. All those in favor of that amendment, please raise your voting card. Thank you. All those opposed, please raise. Thank you. So that change is made.
I know.
So what would go to the voters, unless you guys have more creative inspiration, would be, shall the Brookline School District pursuant to RSA 194-C:2, Roman numeral 1, begin the process of withdrawing from the SAU 41 by creating a committee, oh, sugar, the process of potentially withdrawing from the SAU 41 by creating a committee in accordance with RSA 194-C:2, Roman numeral 4, paren, small a, close parens. That's going to be on the ballot for the voters' entertainment, unless you guys want to make some more tweaks.
Yes, I would like to make another tweak, Clarence Skidmore, Oak Hill Road. I believe that the phrase after creating the committee, is to study, for the purpose of the committee. What's the purpose of the committee? The purpose of the committee is to study the advisability of the withdrawal. I think that needs to stay in there.
I'm sorry, give me a motion to amend. I gotta.
Yeah, oh, okay. Motion to amend by reinserting the phrase that's there now.
I'm not
in the
looking at it,
original.
so help me out. What are your words?
Okay. Inserting the phrase, to study the advisability of the withdrawal of the Brookline School District from SAU 41.
Shall the Brookline School District, pursuant to RSA so-and-so, begin the process to study?
No, begin the process of potentially withdrawing.
Oh, keep that, okay.
All right, so where do we say potentially withdrawing from what?
Okay, with potentially withdrawing from the SAU 41 by creating a committee to study? That's your words?
Yeah,
to study the advisability
of it.
Of the withdrawal?
Of the withdrawal. I think that's just putting this explicit.
Is there a second to the gentleman's motion? Seconded. Discussion of the gentleman's motion.
It kind of got garbled there at the little bit, but at the end, but I think he was intending to include, to maintain the reference to RSA 194 C2 4A, because if we were to eliminate that RSA reference, that would definitely be substantively changing the warrant article. So just a clarification on that.
Okay.
I know, but
Jesse, how you doing on your magic box there, babe? Yeah. I mean, really, is there anything more fun than this in your life? We are so lucky.
You bring ding dongs? She's talking about ding dongs. What's this cupcake?
Don't forget, we still have to do.
How are we doing?
That's okay. How many chocolate want to get?
What do you think? Yep. Yeah, no, I'll tell him now or I'll forget. Everybody's got to help put the chairs on the racks when we're done with this experience, okay? Thank you.
That's better.
Yes. Okay, now, sir, tell me if this is your motion. Shall the Brookline School District, pursuant to RSA 194-C:2, Roman numeral 1, begin the process of potentially withdrawing from the SAU 41 by creating a committee to study the advisability of the withdrawal of the Brookline School District from SAU 41 in accordance with RSA 194-C:2, Roman numeral 4, parens small a. Correct. What? Oh, you can do that? Damn, well, let me get a picture. The guy's going up on the big screen. So there's no doubt about what we're up to. And I'm stalling, so just a second. Okay, that would be that, that would be that.
No, go ahead. You guys don't live in. Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank
Get
you.
out of here.
Thank you.
If you're not a voter, go home. Send John home.
Okay,
John, go
so
home.
you're going to see it, and then I'm going to ask you if you
Nick,
want to vote on
go
it
home.
to approve that
tell
that
Donna-
language be changed to that.
Tell Donna.
I like that.
Get out of here. This is ridiculous. I gotta run to school tomorrow.
Jesse Bassett, you guys.
Yeah, I'd send him.
He also does birthday parties.
He's a voter.
All those in favor of that amendment?
I know where you
Discussion
live.
about the amendment?
Oh, I thought we'd been having it. Go right ahead. That's what you want? Go.
I'm opposed to this amendment because the explicit references to RSA also with it have explicit processes that are followed. And if you read the RSA that are referenced there, there's more than just studying the advisability. It's a very well detailed and defined, which talks about doing analysis. Granted, one might interpret all of the analysis to be advisability, but there's more to it than just studying the advisability when you enact that RSA. So I'd say do not do this because you've got a conflict between studying the advisability and doing it in accordance with RSA.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of finalizing the motion under this article in accordance with what you see on the screen signify by raising your voting card. All those opposed, please raise your voting card. Thank you very much. It's a vote in the negative. And the question, which I don't know the answer to, is so what do we return to? What do we return to? If that's rejected, what do we, did you do that? Thank you. You're awesome. Okay, so that is on the floor, therefore, the surviving vestige after a violent fight of the motion under this article. A bloody vestige. Are you guys good with it, to give that to your voters? Take responsibility for that?
Hey, this is Clarence Skidmore again. Look, you're asking the voter to go look up 194C24A. Right? These guys may not do that. For them, just putting in that you're creating a committee to study what it is you're going to do.
Okay, let me ask you, so we voted down your recommended amendment. That's a done deal. If you want to make a new one,
Is this
they've returned to the former version of the motion. Yeah. And unfortunately, they killed the one that you liked. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Can I move to end the discussion?
Yes, you may. Thank you very much. Gentleman behind you, are you in line? No? Okay, so it's second to the motion to end discussion. Thank you. All those in favor, ending discussion, thank you. Okay, so it's ended. This is what's on the table. This is on the table and that's it. We don't approve it. It's a done deal, so that's it, and that's it. So...
I motion to end the meeting.
Your work is done. Did you make a motion to adjourn? I love that man. Okay. You guys, thanks for your patience, hard work. It's a great town. Don't lose faith. It takes work. And please fold your chairs.